fallen all throughout 600 miles of racing here at Charlotte. 40 drivers and their teams are at the ready on a year that's been unlike any other. No breakfast in Monaco, no lunch in Indianapolis, but settle back for dinner in Charlotte as Fox Sports presents the Coca-Cola 600. 600 miles of racing from daytime into night. Welcome into the Steve Burns studio at Fox Network Center, Charlotte. I'm Mike Joy. He's Hall of Famer Jeff Gordon. And we're ready to bring you what we think is going to be an incredible night of racing on a track that is so tricky when daylight turns to dark.
Yeah, Mike, today is a day of tribute. It's a day to honor our fallen soldiers. But it's also a day, maybe more than ever, to be really thankful of those freedoms and the opportunities that they allow us and these competitors to go out and compete for 600 grueling miles around the Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is one of the toughest races. It is the longest, and these competitors, they've been at it since early this morning, so this is going to be a long, grueling day and one that they're really up for the task and challenge, and I'm excited to see what this race brings.
Well, let's go trackside where Jamie Little has caught up with Coca-Cola Racing family member Austin Dillon.
Well, with this being the Coca-Cola 600, Austin Dillon has the honor of carrying the Coke colors. Austin, tell us about this beautiful paint scheme you have tonight.
Yeah, it's a beautiful paint scheme Coca-Cola's come up with. They do such a good job. 600 miles of remembrance. We have Eric Schellenberger in our car, former Navy SEAL. I love this weekend because we get to pay tribute to the real heroes in this world. So can't thank everybody at Coca-Cola enough for such a beautiful car.
All right, you qualified 6th. You guys are looking good. Do you feel like you have win number 2 in your back pocket?
Well, this is definitely a good track for us, but a long race. We weren't trying to qualify that great, and so that's even better. I feel like we did a good job of a balanced race car. Justin's worked really hard, having many conversations throughout the week to make our team just better and to keep putting ourselves where we want to be, and that's in the top 10 as far as points go. So we got to keep working hard, and this is a great place to do it for us. It's been good in the past.
All right, well, good luck. Austin Dillon, 2017 Coca-Cola 600 winner, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. No practice, one lap of qualifying, and Chevrolet swept the first 3 rows. Jimmy Johnson had the pole in his pocket for the longest time with just 6 drivers to go. Kurt Busch pipped him by 9 1/1000ths of a second to secure his first pole for Chip Ganassi Racing. Regan Smith got up with our pole sitter.
Well, Kurt Busch was the fastest man at Charlotte earlier today for qualifying. Kurt, your race car was fast for 1 lap. Is it going to be fast for 400 more tonight?
Yeah, I'm focused and the crew's ready. It's just a matter of getting through the stages and just make sure we don't make too many adjustments on what the driver's saying, and we just stick to our pattern of what the track is asking. So real proud of the Gear Wrench Chevy and everybody at Ganassi. Good job. Only thing I haven't figured out is how to get the can through this mask. So maybe 600 miles, I'll get it figured out.
All right, thanks, Kurt.
As we have done for over a decade at Fox Sports, at the bottom of your screen during the ceremonies and throughout the race, a ticker will commemorate those who've lost their lives in our country's service over the past year. To begin our opening ceremonies, here is the president and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and Samaritan's Purse, Reverend Franklin Graham, with our invocation.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come today to this Memorial Day weekend to say thank you. Thank you for the men and women that have shed their blood to defend this nation. And Father, we pray especially for our healthcare workers, for our first responders, and all those that are in the armed forces. Keep them safe, Lord. We pray especially for our President, Donald J. Trump, Vice President Mike Pence, and all of our leaders in Washington. And Father, we pray that you would watch over and protect the drivers and the teams today during this historic race. Keep them safe, Father. And I pray, Lord, that our nation will turn to you once again. We give you the glory and honor, and we thank you, and it's in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
For our national anthem, meet 15-year Marine Corps veteran and 6-time cancer survivor, Edward Schrank. When Edward contracted cancer from chemical exposure, doctors said he would lose his jaw and never speak again. Edward has persevered and committed his voice and his life to performing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We remember the sacrifice as we celebrate our freedoms, including the freedom to fire the engines at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Our entire nation remembers. In the air, on the ground, and on the most hallowed ground. Memorial Day weekend is celebrated here at Charlotte Motor Speedway with the running of 600 miles. Who would have thought, after a 10-week layoff, that NASCAR would restart its season at Darlington, and the two greatest drivers of the last 2 decades would cause the 2 biggest blunders of those 2 races.
Gosh, what I would do to get that corner back to do it over again. I felt like I was going to be able to exit the corner side by side with him, and things just went horribly wrong there.
Oh, there's no question. I know I made a mistake and just misjudged the gap. They're upset. They're mad. I'm not just going to fix it and we're going to have go ice cream tomorrow, you know? So they're going to have to dwell on it and the repercussions of it, I'm sure I'm going to have later on down the road.
Well, we just saw the video of Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott and what happened on Wednesday night. So, Kyle, that's been the talk of the town. What happened between you and Chase? We know you guys have talked. Where does it stand now between you two?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything's pretty well spoken out, and obviously me making a mistake and getting into him and causing a crash. But overall, I think that we spoke well, and we'll see what happens going forward. But overall, just excited to get back to the racetrack again, get back to racing, and being a part of this Memorial Day weekend and being able to race in front of all the fans on television, obviously. I got my notes here that we have Jonathan Clement on board with us tonight, who's a U.S. Naval helicopter air crewman, first class, who served our country for 12-plus years. And he's from Florida, but was a huge Washington Redskins fan and enjoyed watching the coach play. So it's pretty cool that his family said that they're really excited to have his name on board a Joe Gibbs racing car here tonight.
Thanks, Jamie. These servicemen and women are top of mind as these 40 drivers get ready to race. Well, crew chief Larry McReynolds, how do you keep your drivers' emotions in check on a day and a night like this?
Well, first and foremost, Mike, I'm not going to have ice cream with anybody. In fact, I don't even like ice cream. I totally understand where Alan Gustin was coming from. I have been there many times before. Lost a shot at winning a race, you tore a race car up, and you lost your pick selection. But we've got to turn the curve, the task at hand. We need to win a race, and the best retaliation is go out and beat them. That'll get them back more than anything else you can do.
Absolutely. Winning is, after all, the best revenge. Speaking of winning, you have a chance to win cash tonight. Download the Fox Bet Super 6 app. You can play for free. Correctly pick how 6 drivers will finish, and you could win up to $60,000 tonight. So, Jeff, give us some ones to watch.
Well, he's starting third tonight. Chase Elliott finished fourth here a year ago, and just like Larry McReynolds said, the best medicine is to go out and beat your competitors. Redemption from Darlington for Chase Elliott. Another driver we're looking at is the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. He's led 872 laps in the last 5 Coca-Cola 600s. He's won 2 of the last 4, and he's starting 8th tonight. And then Joey Logano, 600 miles really rewards the strongest teams. And I think he and Paul Wolfe, this 22 Penske Ford team, I think they're one of the best out there right now, and they've proven that with winning 2 races already early here in this 2020 season.
For tonight's command, we're proud to welcome the nation's highest-ranking military officer and the principal military advisor to the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the National Security Council.
Hello, NASCAR fans. I'm General Mark Milley, the 20th Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and it's my privilege to represent over 2 million men and women of America's armed forces to you today. It's truly an honor to be with you on this Memorial Day weekend. And let us all pause to remember the 1.2 million men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice for this country. Their courage and selfless service for a cause greater than themselves inspires all of us to never take for granted the precious gift of freedom that they bought for us with their blood. I ask that all of you take a moment to remember those who continue to stand watch around the globe to keep our country safe and free as they stand there in harm's way. Now, let's get things going. Drivers, start your engines.
NASCAR is ready to race in Charlotte on Fox.
Hey. Yo, I am the man, doing with knuckles, no iron in hand. Undefeated with the shadow box. No soda, this for my soldiers. Run the track and I'm clowning, man. Y'all know the boys sound the same. Can't swim, get around my lane.
prestigious races, and I want it on my list.
I know we're racing tonight, but we're racing for them.
Rock to the rhythm and bop to the beat of the radio.
Welcome to the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. Smith Tower, offices in the Speedway Club, outside the start-finish line here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, where the field begins to roll off for what since 1960 has been NASCAR's longest race. And the windshield strip on every car memorializing a fallen serviceman or woman. You heard Kyle Busch speaking, and we'll try to give you many of their stories as we go through this 600 miles. Here's your Coca-Cola starting grid. Kurt Busch gets his first 600 pole. Jimmie Johnson won the pole as a rookie here. It's his last 600 start. He's a four-time winner. Chase Elliott matches his best 600 start next to Matt Kenseth, who won this race in 2000 as a rookie. Speaking of rookies, Tyler Reddick has his best NASCAR Cup start ever in 5th. And there's Austin Dillon. You're riding with the 2017 winner. The first Ford in the field is Joey Logano, runner-up in this race last year when he also started 7th. And 8th is the fastest Toyota, Martin Truex Jr., who won 2 of the last 4 600s. Brad Keselowski won the first 2 stages last year. William Byron finished 9th in last year's 600. And let's dial up our outside pole sitter, Jeff.
Yeah, 4-time winner of this event. Hey, Jimmie Johnson, Jeff and Mike at the Fox Sports Studios. You got us.
Loud clear, buddy.
Buddy, it's hard to believe all the way back in 2002, you led 263 laps in your first 600. Today you're starting on the front row, so close to that pole position. How about in your final 600? What are your chances of winning here today?
Yeah, it's hard to believe that much time has passed, but it's been a lot of fun. I've always had great cars, the Hendrick Motorsports, and we got another great one tonight. Qualifying was exciting, so close to that pole. Love this view up front. Looking forward to a great night tonight.
Well, so are we. It's such an honor to be able to pay tribute, and your paint scheme looks amazing on that LI Chevrolet. What do you think biggest challenges here over 600 miles when you guys, you're kind of getting back in that race rhythm after 2 races in Darlington, but what do you think the big challenges are tonight?
Yeah, I think the teams really are back into a rhythm and doing what they know how to do so well. But this is a long race, as we all know. We have a mental clock at like 500 miles that stops, and for crew and driver, there's still 100 miles to go, and that's a long 100 miles. And then as the sun sets, we know there are a lot of challenges there. We also have this traction control down that I'm a little concerned about here on the start. So plenty to worry about, but a lot of laps, and we're ready for the marathon in this Ally Chevy.
All right, well, thanks a lot for talking to us. Have a great run.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and a huge thank you to all the men and women that gave up ultimate sacrifice for our freedom.
Thank you, Jimmy. Back at 13th position is Denny Hamlin, the 2012 600 runner-up. Is that 13th position unlucky for Hamlin? Let's look here, rolling off pit road. Puff of smoke, Larry, anything? Oh, how about that?
Oh, my.
Whoa.
Yeah, what it was, Mike, these cars have ballast in the frame rails. It's to get the car up to the minimum weight. And it appears to me they lost a big chunk of that ballast. My question, I don't understand. They made a qualifying lap earlier. I just don't know how they lost it here in the start of this race, but I get a feeling that's going to cause an issue for the 11 car, probably from a NASCAR standpoint.
Oh, yeah, Larry, that's a big problem. I mean, first of all, that stuff's out on the track. You know what kind of damage that can do to a race car, so they've got to go out there and clean that up. But we've seen what NASCAR and how they react to ballast if that comes out of the car. That is a big deal and a huge safety concern.
Yeah, I feel like they'll make them come to pit road and replace that ballast, and they may not do it until the green flag waves.
Well, who brings spare ballast? My goodness. All right, we'll have to sort this one out. Meanwhile, we're going high above turn number 1 to the condominiums there for a very special grid walk.
My name is Christian, and I'm here at my condo at Charlotte Motor Speedway to watch tonight's Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. And I hear that one of my favorite Fox personalities is stopping by. Hopefully it's Jeff Gordon. Let's see who shows up.
Hello!
DW! I'm so glad you can make it.
DW. Hi, Christian. Happy Memorial Day.
Where'd that got you?
It's a great weekend. I love the Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're watching live sports. We're fans. Who are you a fan of, buddy? And then look, of course, you love Joey Logano, don't you? Get those chug points. Oh, you missed. But that's still good chugging. And look at this, how sweet. It appears that Kyle Busch has made up with Chase Elliott. That is nice, y'all. Mike Joy, Jeff Gordon, tonight it's all at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Everything we want is here, and I can't wait.
Above turn one, high and dry is Michael. There's the photo. And what's that say? I can't quite read that from here. Huh?
Oh, not just a fun group of guys, a pretty smart group of guys up there too.
Well, it will be when you get there.
Oh, that's a pretty awesome view for those very select few that get that opportunity to watch this race from that area.
Yes, this race is being held without fans. However, those condominiums are owned by individuals. Those are their homes. So they are allowed to be in their homes at all times, including during the race. Now you'll note the black surface up above the bottom groove. Here's Larry Mack.
Yeah, you heard Jimmy Johnson talk about traction compound. This is put down to enhance grip, but the issue, it has to be run on to get some heat before it really works. You can see it's the top two grooves through turns 1 and 2. It was put down earlier this week, and then the same down in turns 3 and 4. The question is, who is going to be the one to venture up there and check out that traction compound? Let's take a look at our race analysis. We're going to go 400 laps, 600 miles. It's 4 stages, not 3, and they are each 100 laps. There's a lot of points on the board tonight, including 8 playoff points. Pit road speed, 45 miles per hour. The fuel window, 58 to 62 laps. And once again, with no practice, Mike, a competition caution at lap 20 to come in and get 4 fresh tires and make adjustments.
Well, Larry, let's delve a little further into the Denny Hamlin situation. I mean, do teams really have spare ballast in the pit box?
Well, I would say they probably had to run to the truck and maybe get some, Mike, but NASCAR is not going to let them run and be under the weight. And it's actually what we call tungsten. It is a very heavy piece of metal, Jamie Little.
That's right, Larry, and you are spot on. The team has been running back to the truck to get the replacement pieces that they need, and you could tell how heavy it was when you saw that NASCAR official try to pick it up. NASCAR watching on right now. Guys, but this week has been good for Denny. Remember, he won on Wednesday at Darlington, so he got this #1 pit box. So tonight it could be an advantage for him, but things aren't looking so good here early. Let's go over to Regan Smith for an update on the Stewart-Haas racing cars.
Well, Jamie, it was a struggle earlier today in qualifying for the Stewart-Haas racing cars, all of them outside of the top 20. I spoke to the teams right before they got ready to leave the grid. They said this was not unexpected for them. They came here with a plan to race. Look for the Stewart-Haas cars to move forward quick once we get this race going in just a moment.
For Joe Gibbs Racing, this is their 9th pre-race issue of the season. Denny Hamlin will go to the back. Brad Keselowski also goes to the back due to unapproved adjustments to that car after qualifying. And the 2020 Toyota Camry TRD leads the field here at Charlotte.
Yeah, now the 11 car, they're still on pit road. I don't know if this is going to be a huge penalty for them. Might be a penalty coming after this race too for losing that ballast. We're hearing there may have been 1 or 2 cars actually made contact with that lead.
Pace car is in. You'll hear Kurt Busch's radio as we go to green, and our 600 miles of remembrance is underway.
No pressure out back. Good launch, still there. Clear, all clear, all clear. Clear by 1. Clear by 1. 48, mine with you, 1 back. 1 back 48, 1 back 9. Single then double behind him. Still 1 back 48. 42 working the second lane behind him. 42 down in line, so 2 singles and double. Good corner, driving away. 5-4, 5-5, really good corner. No pressure here, man. Nice and smooth.
Kurt Busch handily leads the first lap, but Jeff, a lot of jostling behind him.
I almost had to jump out of my chair over here, Mike, because the 42 of Kenseth dove down to that white line, and the 9 of Chase Elliott had a big head of steam behind him, and they made contact. Pretty lucky that didn't cause any incident right there early in this race. Oh, you see the 19 of Mark Truex Jr. go up the racetrack. Saw that car bouncing like it maybe got on the splitter, bottomed out, went up the racetrack. That's one of the issues you're going to have when these tires are low on air pressure.
Well, we're answering that question about grip up where the traction compound is real early.
Well, we knew the grip level would be high, Mike. You can see it's overcast. Track's got a lot of grip. These cars have a lot of grip in them, as we found out in qualifying. I actually think some of these cars are in a more conservative, as see the 12 of Ryan Blaney going by Bubba Wallace.
20th spot.
20th spot. But I think these cars are more conservative with more downforce right now than they've ever had before because of the lack of practice. Oh, big run coming from Bubba Wallace back to Ryan Blaney. Man, look at that awesome paint scheme on Bubba Wallace's car.
From the World War II Flying Tigers.
Mike and Jeff, the 11 car, Denny Hamlin, still sitting on pit road. Something tells me his mask tonight is not going to have a smile.
It certainly doesn't right now. And I kind of wonder, from NASCAR's standpoint, how do they know how much ballast to put in, and unless maybe they can figure out how much exactly was lost, because they do have to meet that minimum weight requirement, as you mentioned, Larry.
Lap car slow to the inside. That puts the leaders single file as Kurt Busch leads his first laps of the season.
Yeah, those top 6 cars, Mike, all Chevrolets. The first Ford, Logano. Matter of fact, Joey Logano's the sole Ford in the top 12 right now after his teammate Brad Keselowski started from the rear of the field.
Tyler Reddick just continues to impress. 2-time Xfinity champ and runner-up in the Xfinity race here last year. You'd think, and from what we've seen and from what Matt Kenseth's comments were after Sunday Darlington, that he's been in this series for years.
Well, we've always known he's got a lot of talent. You put him in some good equipment, and obviously Richard Childress Racing has given him some good equipment this season. And you know, to me, when you're a special talent, you find these moments to shine. And that's what I see with Tyler Reddick. Just certain times when he can get more out of that race car than maybe he ought to be, and that's when he shines.
Now, if you're new to NASCAR or just want to learn more about things you hear on today's broadcast, visit at NASCAR Nation. You'll get a first-time fan's guide to today's race with our colleague, Vince Welch.
I think what you're also going to see here in these early stages, you see Denny Hamlin now rolling off pit road.
And Denny Hamlin's finally in this race, but he is 6 laps down.
Wow, that's going to be hard to make up. But it is 600 miles, and that is a strong team. A couple wins this season. We'll follow that story. But Mike, I really see the cars pretty spread out. You know, a little bit of single. Of course, it's 600 miles. You know, you don't need to get too anxious. Ooh, right there, a little bit of a moment with Cole Custer and the 38, John Hunter Nemechek. Here comes Brad Keselowski coming up through the field. But I just think there's going to be a lot of adjustments in these cars as you see this race unfold. We always see it. This track changes, the balance changes. But again, I stress, with the lack of practice, I really believe in this first caution that comes out for the competition caution, a lot of adjustments are coming.
10 laps complete. Pole sitter Kurt Busch has led them all. He scored his 28th career pole earlier today. The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola, a premier partner of the NASCAR Cup Series. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
My name is Captain Trin with 3rd Brigade Combat Team, 82nd Airborne Division in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. On behalf of all paratroops in the U.S. Army serving worldwide this Memorial Day weekend, we respectfully ask you to honor and remember those who've given the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you, America.
"15 laps complete. Kurt Busch has led them all. Doug Newell works at Chip Ganassi Racing. His dad was chief of CB Team 1013 in the Vietnam War. On deployment, a rocket exploded, and one of the team members, Philip Greaser, standing guard in a watchtower, suffered chest wounds and passed away from his injuries. Doug has spoken with his dad, trying to reunite some members of CB Team 1013, and hoping that Philip Greaser's name up on the windshield of that car will help bring them together. Chase Elliott has moved up to 3rd behind Jimmy Johnson. Matt Kenseth at 4th, Tyler Reddick at 5th. First non-Chevrolet is Truex in 6th. Competition caution coming in 2 laps. With no practice, teams want a chance to check tire wear and suspension settings, and they will get that here 2 laps from now.
Well, I know somebody that's going to be pretty happy to see that competition caution. That's Kyle Busch. Extremely loose race car is what we're hearing, and he's lost several positions here in the last few laps. He gained some positions when they dropped the green, but as you can see, Alex Bowman coming right to his rear bumper. Boy, we saw during the break his hands working fast through the windshield, and the back of that car swinging around.
The 2-time Cup Series champ started 9th. He's currently 12th. Has to hang on for one more lap here. This will be a regular competition caution, with teams coming down pit road for service if they choose, and then lining back up in the order in which they leave pit road. Kurt Busch brings him to the stripe, and once the field cycles through, the yellow flag will wave.
Navigating through some slower traffic that they were able to catch in these first 20 laps.
BJ McLeod.
Put it out. This is a competition caution.
And that's your competition caution with 20 laps complete. Martin Truex gained a couple of spots, and Ryan Blaney gained 9 during that 20-lap run. Friday Night SmackDown is all new every week on Fox. This week, it's the semifinals of the Intercontinental Championship Tournament. Daniel Bryan faces Jeff Hardy, plus Elias takes on the newest member of the SmackDown roster, AJ Styles. Friday Night SmackDown, 8, 7 Central, only on Fox. Pit road is closed, and after 20 laps, 35 cars on the lead lap. Yaley, Huff, and Hill have gone 1 lap down. Joey Gase is 4 laps down, and Denny Hamlin, who lost some tungsten ballast on the pace laps, had to have that replaced, currently 8 laps down.
Mike, you can see right here on board with Ryan Blaney, he's got a tinted shield, but it's up. He actually has a tear off there on his shield because this is a race that the sun can be out during the daytime. It's such a long race. It goes into nighttime. You're going to want that clear shield later, but sometimes that sun can get in your eyes off of turn 4, so you have a tear off that you can pull off and takes it from a dark shield to a clear shield.
Sunset locally, 8:28 p.m. We've seen all kinds of weather variations in this race. Trying to get BJ McLeod lined up and into the free pass position, where he'll be able to come around and get back on the lead lap. Joey Logano is the highest running Ford in 8th. You have to go all the way back to Chris Buescher in 14th for the next one. But it's early.
You know, Mike and Jeff, we've only run those 20 laps, and the stopwatch had not really fallen off that much, but I could not imagine everybody will not come to pit road and do 4 fresh tires here plus adjustments.
Here is a shout out from the family of the fallen soldier riding tonight with Joey Logano.
We are the Hickman family.
From Clintwood, Virginia.
Our dad, Sergeant First Class Jason Hickman, was a member of the 4th Brigade Combat Team in 25th Infantry Division.
Our dad is being represented on number 22, driven by Joey Logano. Go get him, Joey.
We race and remember. Pit road open. Lead lap cars can pit first time by. And here they come, led by Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson, and Chase Elliott. Regan?
Well, it's been a very good start to the day for Jimmy Johnson. A big part of that is this team's ability to hit the heights of the race car. That means the race car doesn't drag the racetrack anywhere as it goes around the track. Right now in the car, Jimmy loves the handling of that car. Look out for him. Jamie?
And Kurt Busch in the one car, the 41-year-old from Las Vegas, has led every lap so far tonight. Says he's just a bit tight is his words. Wipe the grill. He got a tear up on the windshield so he can see right ahead. And he's down and away with 4 tires.
Here's your Ram race off pit road. And Kurt Busch is going to hold on to the lead. Big jump for Martin Truex's squad, gaining 4 positions.
Yeah, Truex had a very fast race car on the track, too. The last thing that these competitors want to see, Martin Truex Jr. coming into the picture.
First caution flag of the evening, the NASCAR competition yellow.
Today, I drive for Naval Helicopter Air Crewman First Class Jonathan Clement. Jonathan was a native of Vero Beach, Florida. He tragically lost his life in a helicopter training accident in July of 2018. I'll be thinking and praying for his family and will try my very best today to get our M&M's Camry into victory lane in his honor.
Thanks, Kyle. Thoughts of Kyle Busch running 10th. Older brother Kurt is your race leader after 25 laps, and we're in the competition caution right now that NASCAR promised at 20 laps out. Pit penalties: Eric Jones, uncontrolled tire. Chris Buescher and Daniel Suarez Cruz were over the wall too soon, so they'll be going to the back for the restart.
Pretty big for both of those teams, but Chris Buescher had made some nice moves and gains there in that first 20-lap run, and on pit road they were actually in an 11th position.
Let's have a look at tonight's Ford Performance Track Facts. Ford has won the 600 12 times with 10 different drivers, including 4 Hall of Famers: Davey Allison, Dale Jarrett, Fred Lorenz, and Mark Martin. If you added Mercury onto that list, which was a Ford brand, that number would be a lot bigger.
Buddy Boyer making some headway up in 14th position.
Ryan Blaney lost a bunch of spots on pit road. He had to back up to get out of his pit and avoid the car in front of him. So he's going to start deep, 26th. All right, Martin Truex will start on the front row. You'll hear his spotter Clayton Hughes as we get ready to go back to green to begin lap 28.
All rolling, all rolling. Got a hole right there. All clear, all clear. All clear. 2 wide behind you, 1 back. Still 2 wide back there, 1 back. Clear by 1 over the 9 now. Clear by 1.5 as you exit.
Fourth place, side by side, Tyler Reddick and Jimmy Johnson. Jamie, Martin Truex picked up 4 spots on pit road. What did they do?
Oh, an issue for Jimmy Johnson here. Sorry.
Wow.
That's right, Jeff. They're keeping an eye on him. Meanwhile, Martin Truex Jr., guys, he had a great stop. 4 tires. They made an air pressure adjustment, gained him 4 spots. As you mentioned, they are very confident tonight. Remember, his new crew chief this year, James Small, was the race engineer the last 2 years, including the win here a year ago. They are very confident in their ability as he's looking down on Kurt Busch right now.
Thanks, Jamie. Jimmy Johnson has dropped to 13th.
Yeah, I saw where Reddick went by him, and then he was right in his, kind of in his draft there. Let's see some smoke. No, oh, the car just, I thought Jimmy had gotten in behind the 8 of Tyler Reddick, but actually he was to the outside in a little bit of that traction compound. The car just jumps loose. Boy, big moment. That could have been a lot worse. See that smoke? A little bit of a tire rub out of the 8. I thought something was going on there, but completely all by himself there on the outside for the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Obviously that car really good. That means that car's going to rotate and roll through the center of the corner. Might be a little bit loose so in the early stages of a run.
And we stay green, passing through 30 laps, 75 of 600 miles. Blaney deep in traffic, 27th spot right now, and had to check up. Nemechek right in front of him. Now he moves to the outside. And so does Nemechek.
You know, we talk about that traction compound, that darker area. Larry McReynolds talked about at the opening of our race. It takes some temperature, it takes some rubber to get laid down into that compound for it to really be effective, for it to have the most grip. I just wonder if Johnson's car's loose in these early runs, or if just the grip wasn't quite there. I see a lot of cars running in that traction compound. It looks like it's coming pretty nice for everybody else. There's our leader, Kurt Busch.
Joey Logano has picked up 3 spots since the restart. Regan, he's up to 5th.
It's been a good start to the day so far, Mike. Right now, that race car has a little bit of a 4-wheel drift for Joey. That means the whole car wants to slide towards the wall, but the team was counting on this. They are waiting for the traction compound on the second layer of the racetrack to come in. They feel like the race car is going to be very good once that happens, so look for him to get faster as the night goes on.
See our telemetry, Joey Logano wide open all the way through turns 1 and 2, 178 miles per hour. Comes out of it down to about 40%, 35% into turns 3 and 4.
Now, Jeff, is that because the entry into 3 is a much sharper angle than that entry into turn 1?
Mike, it's a longer transition, and there's some pretty big bumps there. You see where he was 179 miles per hour going into turn 1, so it's not that you're going faster into turn 3. I think it's just the way the car loads and rotates through turns 1 and 3 and 4 just doesn't give you the same balance and security that turns 1 and 2 do.
Kevin Harvick back at 18th place.
We saw this out of Kevin Harvick in Darlington on Wednesday. He won that race on Sunday, started 20th on Wednesday, and we didn't see him make a lot of ground up early in the race. But this veteran and veteran crew chief and Rodney Childers, they know how to run 600 miles. Regan?
Well, definitely a team that's been very good in this race, Jeff. So far, that race car has been very loose for him, though. Loose means the back of the car wants to step out from underneath him, kind of like when you're driving on ice. So they got to get that fixed. Big adjustments at first stop. Look for less adjustments on this next pit stop for him.
When his teammate knows all too well about loose, as you see Kevin Harvick, I don't know if he's searching up the racetrack on purpose. It looked like that car's still a little bit loose as he goes up the racetrack, but his teammate, Eric Almirola, actually spun out today earlier in qualifying all by himself.
Jeff, did you ever have a car here that in the first stage of the race couldn't find the line through the corner if you painted it, and then ended up in victory lane?
Well, when I first started running here, you just tried to stay in the lead lap in the first 100 miles, maybe even to the halfway point, and the track would change so much it either came to your setup or you got to make enough adjustments where the car finally got to where you could drive it to the front.
6th place, Matt Kenseth, William Byron. Kurt Busch has led every lap so far.
Coca-Cola and NASCAR. It's a Sunday thing. You're watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, recognizing those who are starting to help us all move forward again. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. 45 laps complete. Kurt Busch has led them all. From Martin Truex, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, and Joey Logano. Keeping an eye on Matt DiBenedetto in the 21. He is up to 15th in a backup car. He had a crash in qualifying, got hard against the wall in turn number 4. The team worked feverishly to get that backup ready and inspected and ready to race. That's an impressive gain. You look at who he's racing in front of right now. Brad Keselowski, I know he went to the rear, but so did that 21 car, and then Kevin Harvick. So doing a nice job, this 21 Woods Brothers team, and DiBenedetto working their way up through there. Harvick now at 17th, right where he restarted. And up to 7th place, Matt Kenseth with Austin Dillon, Christopher Bell in the 95, and Kyle Busch.
You know, I really think that the performance of this 95 team, as the caution comes out.
Well, the vortex theory did not work tonight.
Well, Mike, I got to say, I didn't want to talk about this, but we have been so lucky up to this point to get this race going. There's been rain scattered all through the area this afternoon, and I think it was quite a blessing to get this many laps in to this point without any rain. But there's just some light showers, it looks like, in the area, so hopefully we don't lose the track here.
Garrett Smithley will get the free pass on this second caution flag of the afternoon. So let's step away for a minute and see if we can make the rain go away. We're under caution in Charlotte. Chevy is committed to getting you back on the open road with confidence and peace of mind. Visit ChevyCares.com to learn more. (1960). Curtis Turner and Bruton Smith built Charlotte Motor Speedway. Wasn't ready for Memorial Day. They had to wait till June to run the first race, and that's Joe Lee Johnson taking the checkered flag in his Chevrolet. One of the best ever at Charlotte, the Silver Fox, David Pearson. What great battles with Richard Petty he had. That's Zsa Zsa Gabor planning one on Darrell Waltrip with wife Stevie. Humpy Wheeler, longtime track president, known for his pre-race extravaganzas. Nobody could do it up, jump it up, or blow it up like the Prince of pre-race, Humpy Wheeler. And there's a young Jeff Gordon getting a very, very big emotional win on Memorial Day weekend here.
Oh, Mike, that was a long time ago, but, you know, just great memories. Every time I see those pictures, it just brings back so many great memories. You know, as a young driver, that was my second year in the sport, and I wanted to be a part of this sport so badly, and I wanted to win at this level and didn't know if that was ever going to happen. It happened that moment in one of the biggest races, one of the most prestigious races. That trophy still stands front and center. My trophy case, something I'm extremely proud of still today.
Can you remember what it was like as you passed through 500 miles that night and knew there was 100 left to race?
Yeah, so I had run a couple of the Xfinity races and had won at Charlotte, and they were 300 miles. And I remember how long those races felt. So when you get to the halfway point in this race, the last thing you want to do is even ask, where are we at? But you typically do as a driver, you want to know how to pace yourself. And when you get that information about how much time is still left, even at 500 miles, you feel like, man, I've been racing for so long. How long is it to go? And they say 100 miles left, and you just can't believe it. It's unfathomable.
But it all ended up in the right place, victory lane. So drivers have climbed from their cars. They're going to have to send the track drying equipment out, which got a lot of mileage there at Darlington, and dry this 1.5 mile super speedway. 50 laps, 75 miles have been completed, and Kurt Busch has led them all. Joey Logano has been the highest running Ford all afternoon. He's currently in 5th. Martin Truex's Toyota in 2nd. And otherwise, the top 8 spots are Chevrolets.
Well, if there wasn't enough that was going to be thrown at these competitors in this 600 miles at Charlotte, throw a little rain in there. And, some delays, more time to think about it. Let's see, Kyle Busch.
And here's Jamie with our leader.
Well, Kurt Busch started on the pole, and you led every lap so far, 50 of them. Kurt, how was it early on in this race?
Our gear and Chevy's fast, and you know, we just got to keep track of all the changing track conditions. With this rain, just, gosh, I mean, if there's any good news, race fans, you don't have to sit in the rain right now. We miss you. And, you know, I've had a couple interviews today, and I have to apologize. I didn't give any acknowledgement to our military and what Memorial Day means to me and what it means to our country. And it's a privilege to be out here racing today because of the freedoms that we have. But I just wanted to find that rhythm and just get going, and here's Mother Nature holding us back.
What is that like for you, though, Kurt, to sit and wait, knowing what you had going, that momentum going, and now we stop and wait?
Yeah, it's just part of it. I mean, it's a long race, so you got to be ready for anything. So Mother Nature, she's okay. But we'll wait to see what this does for temperature change and make sure my guys get her all dialed in. Gear Run Chevy's fast right now.
All right, thanks, Kurt. Mike?
Thank you.
So far, Kurt Busch has made it a pretty good 62nd birthday for his car owner, Chip Ganassi.
He sure has. Winning the pole earlier today. Just nipping that guy right there. 7-time champion, 4-time 600 winner Jimmie Johnson by 9 thousandths of a second to win the pole, and led every lap so far since then for Chip Ganassi. Happy birthday, Chip.
Let's have a look at this 600-mile distance and how it lays out. Here we are at 75 miles on this 1.5 mile super speedway. And the breaks will come every 150 miles. Those are the length of the stages. This is the only NASCAR race that is run in quarters. All the rest have 3 stages, not 4. Regan?
Well, it's been a good start to the day for Joey Logano, currently in 5th place right now. Joey, I heard you say on your radio at one point, you guys are playing a little bit of a long game here, counting on the traction compound that's up the racetrack to come in later. Are you guys set up for the end of this race right now?
Well, you really just don't know, but yeah, I felt like we didn't want to over-adjust our car just to start here, wondering where the track was going to be. Definitely a one-groove track for now. I don't see that staying for long. It's actually been more of a one-groove track than I expected already. So we'll see. This rain won't help that too much, but once we get a bunch of laps going, especially a longer run, you'll see some cars move up the racetrack. You're forced to when you get the lap cars, and that's going to clean up that second lane and get this Coca-Cola 600 a little bit wider and some more passing. Until then, we don't want to tune ourselves out because, as you can see, track conditions change quick.
With this cloud cover, is it going to be as much of a change tonight as we would typically see in a Coke 600 race?
Not as much. Not as much. Well, it's going to be close to dark maybe when this thing gets going. I'm not sure we're going to see the sun the rest of the day. You know, so we'll probably be under the lights, and the lights are already on, obviously. So, you know, this race is about surviving in the beginning here and get as many stage points as we can. So we're in position to do that. We'd like to get a few more, but we got to get through pit road. And I got a tough pit stall. I was talking to Kenseth a minute ago. He's in front of me. The 4's in front of him. So we got a pretty tough pit stall back there, but we'll have to figure something out.
All right, good luck the rest of the night, Joey, and happy birthday.
No, thank you. Thank you.
I like his attitude. There's a fellow lets his smile be his umbrella. There is Uptown in the Queen City. We are in Concord, less than 20 miles to the northeast. Well, that's a long lens. Here is Charlotte Motor Speedway. Now get a look at that infield. When this track was built, that was a deep hole because it was the borrow pit to build the bankings at either end of the racetrack. And savvy Humpy Wheeler, the way he got that filled in for free, a heavy equipment training company wanted to do some earth moving. They say, you can have the infill for free. I want it flat when you're through. And it was.
That worked out pretty good.
Jamie.
And Tyler Reddick, one of the rookies in the field tonight, having a great run so far in this first 50 laps. Tyler, you're 4th right now. We expected you to jump up to the top early on, but what was that deciding factor? What were you waiting for?
Well, after watching Jimmy Johnson have a moment on the outside of me, I knew that it wasn't quite ready to be running yet. Honestly, though, our Alsco uniform Chevrolet is handling really well. It's a long race, so I'm just trying to stay in the line that's most used currently, but we're not quite happy with where the balance of our race car is, but all the guys, Rich Childress Racing and ECR have done a really good job of bringing a good package here. We're just going to keep working on it. We got a long way to go. The weather's going to continue to change the racetrack as it rains and as it cools down, so we'll just see how it goes, but so far so good. We've not made any big mistakes yet, but we got to definitely make this car better if we want to get up there and compete for the win, I think.
Well, Tyler, I know you won the Xfinity race here, so you know what it takes, but in this race so far, we saw some tire smoke, and I heard you having some radio issues. Is everything okay on those fronts?
I wish I could hear you said. I have no idea. The jet dryers went by at a terrible time, but I'm having a blast. It's a long race, and I mean, gosh, we're only 50 laps in, 350 to go. A lot can happen still.
Tire smoke? Everything go with the tire smoke?
Oh, yeah, I guess we were having a little bit of tire smoke, but I didn't notice it inside the race car, so all good. I mean, everyone's pushing the limits here, you know. We just try and get what we can, and you have a little bit of tire smoke here at the beginning of these runs. That's to be expected.
All right, he's a rookie. He could take home the win tonight. The last to do it was Matt Kenseth way back in 2000, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. Boy, the current management, Marcus Smith, Greg Walter, and everybody done a great job preparing this speedway to race here tonight on Memorial Day weekend. Let's take you all the way back to Daytona and the final lap of the Daytona 500. 3 cars battling for the win, including Denny Hamlin, Ryan Newman, Ryan Blaney. Blaney trying to push the 6 of Ryan Newman to the line ahead of Hamlin, and Newman goes into the wall on his roof, gets hit hard by Corey LaJoie, and wakes up in a local hospital from which he emerged 48 hours later unscathed after this. Unbelievable. Here's Regan.
Well, Mike, last week at the start of the race, we talked to Ryan Newman on the radio, and I can assure you there was no driver I was happier to talk to on the radio than you, Ryan. You just saw the wreck again. I know you've seen it 1,000 times, but does it ever make you stop pinching yourself and saying that it almost seems unreal?
You just made me think about it. I know there's a lot of things that Roman can help a guy out with, and I'm not sure that that's one of them. So, just blessed to be here. Fortunate. Feel like we got a pretty decent Roman Ford to start the race with, a little loose to start. But, yeah, I mean, definitely lots of pinch yourself moments after you get to walk out of the hospital holding your kids like that.
Let's talk about tonight. A very good run so far for you, up to 14th with your number 6 race car. What does that car need to go even further forward the rest of the night?
I mean, just more laps, track position, figuring things out. Looks like a train run around the bottom right now. Hopefully the track will wear out a little bit and we can use some more of the racetrack and open up some passing lanes. But restarts are fairly critical. It seems like the high side wants to roll through 1 and 2, but you get down to 3 and 4, you better start aiming towards the bottom.
All right, good luck the rest of the night. Thanks for stopping and talking with us.
Yep, thank you.
Ryan Newman currently 14th. Hands off the umbrella and heads for shelter. A light rain falling now all the way around the racetrack. The jet dryers are already hard at work, and so is the NASCAR Toyota track drying system. I count more than 20 vehicles out there and trying to get us back to a raceable surface as quickly as we can.
That ought to do it right there, my boy. That's as much equipment as I've ever seen on the racetrack. That was it looks like the rain is lightened up, so gives them the opportunity to get it dry as fast as possible. But great effort here by this team at Charlotte Motor Speedway and NASCAR.
So, Larry, I almost hate to ask, but what does this do to all your strategizing for the evening?
Well, I think the big question, you heard Joey Logano talk about it, Mike, is just probably how different this racetrack is going to be. And, the question is when we're going to go back racing, how much is the track going to cool down? And yeah, I mean, it definitely it has you starting to scramble, but the biggest thing is we're so early in this event. If this was later on in the event, then you start scrambling a little bit more. But yeah, it definitely changes. And I was already working on strategy for this first stage. Should we stay caution free from that competition caution to the end? Would you divide that stage in half from where we went back racing? Well, that kind of throws that out the window right now. So you can never finish crunching numbers, trust me.
We know you can't, Larry.
All right, we're going to join Jamie with the driver who is currently in 11th place.
Yes, it's been a good move up through the pack because you guys didn't have the best qualifying effort. You and your teammates, 20th to the back of the pack. Was that all part of the grand design here to focus on your race setup tonight?
Well, we got our old bandit mask on here. Felt like I ought to steal some spots there. But honestly, yes, it kind of was. To answer your question, Jamie, we, with this package, you can put downforce in these things, but it's an expensive drag. And that drag gets speed, simple as that, under qualifying conditions and things like that. You think back last year, you watch that 19 car start at the back and drive up through them and lead these laps. I mean, the old light bulb goes off before sooner or later. We're not the smartest people in the world, but eventually you'll catch on. And we've kind of been down that path, really. That being said, the old girl's still a handful, man, slitting, sliding around, waiting for that PJ1, that traction compound to come in on the outside. But, so far so good. Clean air is so important. The closer I get to the front, the easier it is. Kyle Busch, he had his hands full in front of me. I was actually inching in on those those next 4 cars in front of me were battling pretty good. I wasn't wanting to see this. I was wanting to see another 15, 20 laps, and I think I could have got them as well. But so far so good with the Russ Truck Center's Ford. I got private first class Andy Krippner on my go-to hat. I don't know. The Krippner family, I apologize. My guy, we're a little bit in shambles here. My guy lost the hat. We will find it back. Hopefully we'll be doing this in victory lane when we come back, and I'll have that baby on. Ha!
I'm sure they're rooting for you, Clint.
You have another question for me, Jamie?
Sure, why not? So you mentioned the traction compound out there, Clint. So with all this rain.
It's wet now, Jamie.
How do you expect that's going to change for you? Is the old girl going to get better, or is it going to be more of a handful?
You got to talk sweet to her now, but so far so good. I messed up last week for these guys. Pit crew was on it. Driver messed up, smoked the fence, and ruined our day. We had a good week. Wednesday was good. All these racing going, bam, bam, bam. I love this. People think I got ADD. I don't know. It's not confirmed. allegedly, maybe I have a little bit of that. But I think all this racing, just, you know, back and forth, down here to the racetrack, here, there, everywhere. The rain kind of sucks, but it is that way for everybody. A lot of people on this weekend having a lot of fun. Obviously, it's for a great cause. We're having a lot of fun out here, and we'll get back to it sooner or later. Hell, even if it's tomorrow, we'll be there for them.
Thank you, Clint.
Thanks.
You are officially finished.
Hey, Mike, I've got a PhD in common sense, and I'll tell him, yes, he's got ADD.
Well, he won here in October 2012, but not with an umbrella like that. Oh, it's Jamie's umbrella. Okay.
Today, we say, thank you.
Thanks to our partners at WWE for sharing their video with us from their Open to Friday Night SmackDown this past week. That full video will also air tomorrow night on WWE Raw. Clint Boyer was mentioning Andrew Krippner, the Army PFC from Garland, Texas, who was lost in Kunar province, Afghanistan. He was just 20 years and 1 month old. Under the red flag for rain here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, here's Regan Smith.
Well, Ryan Blaney, very quick at the start of this race. You were just telling me that you were extremely happy with your race car, but you got boxed in on that first pit stop. Tell me what happened with that.
Yeah, just kind of the wrong timing, kind of lining up wrong with the 47 having to come around the 3 and me having to come around the 47, and the 37 coming around me. We were kind of, you couldn't get straight, and these boxes are really short. So you can't really get in your stall around the car, especially when their pit crew's there. You don't want to hit any of them guys. So we lost all the spots we gained on the initial start and just got back to where we got to before. So, but overall, our Dex Imaging Ford Mustang, I thought, was really strong to start the race. I thought we could make really good moves and passes. Just a matter of kind of getting going, you know, and
I was really hoping for a longer run there. I thought we were going to make some hay, but overall, hopefully this weather clears out of here and we can get back racing.
I think you can count on some longer runs as the night goes on here. We got a lot of racing left to do right now. When you talk about how good that race car is, what was it that you were able to do that other cars weren't that allowed you to make those passes?
Yeah, big thing that I saw between myself and other cars are I was able to roll the paint really well. You know, if you can get your left sides on that paint, a lot of people always talk about that here, and just come off lower, you know, and harder in the gas. So everyone's going to get that better. We got to continue to get our car better. This track's going to change a lot, especially being green again and then going into the nighttime. So that was what I noticed at first, but we still got a little ways to go to be able to keep gaining spots and contending for the lead, hopefully.
I saw you up on top of the pit box with crew chief Todd Gordon, talking to him. You guys are a new pairing this year. Still maybe feeling each other out and then getting to know each other, having some casual conversation, or what?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, I mean, kind of right when we were getting to know each other, the first handful of races, this deal happened and you can't see anybody, right? So that kind of stunk. But, you know, you keep in touch with everybody on your new team. Whatever team you're on, you're going to keep in touch with those guys or text message or whatever. So, yeah, just talking to them about, all right, what are we going to do when we go back green, and what changes are we going to make? And yeah, then some casual talk as well. But mostly about the race car, just kind of thinking ahead for the future.
Good luck the rest of the night, Ryan. Thanks.
Blaney currently 21st under this rain delay. Here's his Team Penske Ford teammate, Brad Keselowski, telling you about the fallen serviceman that is on his windshield.
When people think about Memorial Day, they think about long weekends and barbecues and the Coca-Cola 600. And they don't really go that much deeper because for them, that's what it means. For those of us who have someone that is being honored, we know the real meaning of Memorial Day. When we lost Donovan, he was able to be an organ donor. And this wonderful gentleman by the name of Chris Barton got his heart. Chris and his family have become part of our family. When she had Grayson, Chris wanted to come out here as soon as he can. He picked her up, and the first thing that she did was laid her head on his chest. It was almost like she knew
my children are never going to meet their uncle. And I think that's the hardest part. I have like a picture book and she looks through it at home because she is a lot like him. Like, I can't wait to tell her all of the ways that she reminds me of him one day.
Hey, you guys.
Good. How you doing?
Terrific. Who am I speaking with? I gotta know.
I'm Lee. I'm the mom. I'm Greg. That's the dad. I heard that without saying, you know. And then I'm Callie. I'm Donovan's sister. And then this is Grayson, my daughter.
We have the paint scheme of the car we're gonna show you.
Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to that.
This is where I have to cross my fingers that it works. I'm not the tech person. So here it is.
Yeah, man. It looks good.
I'm always hesitant to ask any questions because I don't want to.
We actually love to talk about Donovan. We're still proud parents, and he just happens to be somewhere else. We knew about the Coca-Cola 600, went to the Coca-Cola 600, went to all the races, had barbecues, had fun, without really knowing that the people that were being honored had family like us. There are so many families like ours, and we don't want people to not enjoy this weekend because above all, we don't want to be sitting here mourning our children's deaths. We want people to know that they lived.
Air Force Staff Sergeant Donovan Reap grew up locally, sitting in the grandstands here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and died at age 23. Regan?
Well, we just saw that very touching piece with Brad Keselowski right there. Brad, tell us what that meant to you to make that and be able to have that man on your race car this weekend.
Yeah,
it's a real honor to get to be a part of that family's journey. It's I can't imagine going through that journey. You know, Regan, you and I both got kids, and you know, I just feel so bad for, you know, how they must be feeling, and you know, it just breaks your heart. But you know, we can't bring those guys back. We wish we could, but we can honor them and, you know, memorialize them the best way possible this weekend, and that's what Memorial Weekend's all about. So proud to be able to support Donovan's family, and I really hope we can get back racing, because I think we got a really fast Miller Lite Ford, and I'd love to put that car with his name in Victor Lane.
Speaking to that race car, where have your strengths been so far tonight, and what do you need to work on as we do get back racing?
Yeah, I think our car's pretty good. You know, we had to go to the back because we had a problem inside the car that we had to be fixed, but got up here, I think, to 16th in that run, and the car's driving really well. Really need the PJ1 to come in because I feel like if the track gets multi-groove, Regan, we'll be able to pass and get even further to the front and maybe get to the lead.
All right, thanks, Brad.
Keselowski currently 16th in the field. Track drying continuing here in Charlotte. Just 75 miles are complete, and the sprinkles have all but stopped all around the racetrack. So hopefully the track drying system, the jet dryers and the sweepers can make pretty good quick work of this. This is not a track that's known for weepers, standing water coming out in the asphalt on the banking, but there is a lot of real estate to cover where these cars need to run from the track apron all the way up to the safer barrier, and of course all down pit road.
And Mike, as a competitor, the first thing you're going to look at is what's the track temperature? What was the track temperature when we went racing? I picked up a few things from some of the different interviews that we did. One is that the track's obviously going to be at least 20-30 degrees cooler, so the grip's going to be a lot more, but what's it going to do to the balance? But we heard Clint Boyer talk about clean air, and until we get some laps and lay rubber into that traction compound and move that groove around, they're going to be in the tracks of the car in front of them, and the cars just are not going to handle the way that they want them to. So the groove's going to have to widen out. That takes laps, it takes time, and that will evolve. The other thing I had heard from Ryan Newman talking about, you can run high through 1 and 2 on the restarts and make some moves, but boy, by the time you get to turns 3 and 4, you better get to the bottom and get there quick.
All part of the challenge of running a Coca-Cola 600. Let's go back to pit road. Jamie.
Well, Mike, Corey LaJoie, a little bit of a milestone tonight, his 100th Cup start. It's hard to believe it's been that long already, Corey, but do any moments stand out to you in your first 99?
Well, just to be 100 starts in is pretty crazy. Because if you had told me 3 years ago I'd be lining up for my 100th Cup start here in Charlotte, I probably would have laughed at you because I didn't have a whole lot of driving opportunities. But a lot of people helped me throughout the course of my journey. My mom, my dad, and countless friends along the way have ultimately got me here. And I feel like the journey is just beginning. You know, I feel like competitively I'm just starting to kind of get my feet under me. Go Fast is putting some great cars underneath me this year. And I'm excited to be putting some good runs together. It just something wasn't quite right about all this pre-race festivities here in Charlotte without the fans here. So fans, we miss you. We can't wait for you guys to be back here at the racetrack. But for now, I'm just glad to have some race cars back on the racetrack.
And you're balancing a little bit more this year. Congratulations, first-time dad. How are things at home?
A lot of work. Hopefully my wife's at home watching this because she's been a trooper taking care of little Levi. But I've learned a lot about myself just as much as I've learned about my wife and how to raise a kid throughout this. A lot of patience, a lot of work. But it's ultimately another chapter of life. It's amazing. It's amazing to wake up every morning and see that little guy's face and know that he is fully reliant on you to keep him alive. So Kelly and I have been having a lot of fun with that.
Awesome. Congratulations and good luck when we get going.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, if Levi grows up to be a racer, he'll be the 4th generation racing LaJoie in that family. Track drying continues with 75 miles complete at Charlotte Motor Speedway on Fox. This past week, Texas Motor Speedway and Las Vegas Motor Speedway opened up their tracks to local high schools for graduation ceremonies. And friend of Fox, UFC's Dana White's son, one of the graduates in Las Vegas. That's Dana White III, a graduate of Faith Lutheran Friday night at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Now here in Charlotte, the Speedway will be holding drive-through graduation ceremonies for Cabarrus County schools on June 12th and June 13th. Other racetracks around the country are doing likewise. Great effort. So those kids get to celebrate the biggest day so far in their young lives. So through the magic of technology, we're going to bring Jimmy Johnson in from his motor coach. Well, the last time we saw you in that camo number 48, you were slip-sliding away up into the traction compound. I can't think of anybody better to give us an update on what that racetrack was like before the rains came.
Yeah, it's fast. It's a bit single file right now, and as you can see, when you get in that outside lane, the traction compound just isn't worked in yet. I was holding my own okay, and I was trying to turn the wheel and get down into an opening and get back down on the clean part of the track, and it just didn't have the grip to hold that, and sadly faded back to 12th, and looking forward to getting back up front again.
Jimmy, you were talking about how much you liked your race car in that first run. You know, when you have 600 miles and you've only been 50 laps into this race, you know, how do you gauge that? How do you gauge how good that car was at that point, and where you want to maybe leave some room for some adjustment, or which direction you're going to go? What's that communication like with you and Cliff, and maybe the thought process as you go through these next couple hundred miles?
Yeah, I certainly have some feeling in the car that I'm looking for. And there's a few sensations I'm feeling out there now that I want to work on a little bit. The car has speed, but when the sun sets, I just feel like I'm going to need a bit more front turn and a little less coming from the rear and swinging the back end up off the corners. So we have some good ideas on how we want to address that, what we'd like to do. But one big observation for me was, again, how important track position is. The speed of the cars is down. We can all be aggressive. But that rear spoiler knocks around so much air, and then those air ducts on the front of the cars do the same, that you know, I felt like everything was perfect running in second, and I got back to 12th, and it was a much different environment.
Yeah, we actually heard Clint Boyer talking about that exact same thing. Jimmy, you've run so many 600s over the years. This is going to be your last 600. I mean, what have you learned over those years that, I mean, you've won it 4 times, so you've obviously been through rain delays, all kinds of different things like what you're going through right now. So what do you take from that experience that can help you pay off, or what kind of things will you do right now to get ready to go back racing whenever that happens?
Yeah, for me, this is our marathon. So it's about setting a pace that I know I can keep for the night, that's in the car and even out when these delays happen. Make sure that I kind of top off on hydration and nutrition, and just get the right mindset that we're going to be here for a long time tonight. It's a long, grueling race in the car, and you just kind of pull your sleeves up and get to work.
Well, I like the way you say marathon, being a veteran of the Boston Marathon and others. So is this the last time you have to run 600 miles, or is this the last time you get to run 600 miles?
I would come back. You know, this year is my final full year in NASCAR, but if the situation's right, if Mr. Hendrick has an open seat, I'd come back and run 600 more.
and Jimmy, you know, in your final year, I know how, for me, how important it was to interact with my team, my family, being able to experience some of these moments, the fans, interacting with them. I mean, how has this changed your plans of you know, what this season is going to be like? And you know, I'm sure you're just hoping that you know, it doesn't take too long before they can start coming to the racetrack, and friends and all those plans start to get back in place.
Yeah, it's such an interesting time. I mean, there's been, you know, a lot of neat opportunities being home as much as I have, and I feel like I've had quality time with my family like I've never been able to have before. So, you know, I feel like I'm winning on that side, but then certainly at track and not being able to experience it with my family here, at least right now, that's different for sure, but we're all dealing with different elements of this pandemic. The team aspect is really different, and thankfully we have so many apps and ways to stay in contact with our teams and to see people and talk and communicate, because that vibe and that energy that comes with the team is really everything. I just saw some of my over-the-wall guys for the first time in person in months as I went and got my umbrella to walk back to the motorhome. So it's been a long time since I've seen some of those faces, and I really do miss them.
Well, thanks for spending this time with us, and good luck the rest of the way tonight.
Yeah, that thing looks good. Good luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate it, guys. Good talking to you.
All right, thanks. Jimmie Johnson in the 48. I see some gray getting into the asphalt here. That means that the track drying operation is successful, and we don't yet have word on how long or how short it might be before we get back to green. Now, you saw a little graybeard in Jimmie Johnson. Doesn't make him the oldest driver in the field. For that, you have to look at Cambridge, Wisconsin's Matt Kenseth, who was Rookie of the Year in the Cup Series in 2000 and won the 600. Won the Cup Championship in 2003 and has 2 Harley Earl trophies in his case. Here's Regan with Matt.
Well, so very nice to have Matt Kenseth back at the racetrack. We were just showing some stats there. You won this race as a rookie in 2000. What I found really interesting, Matt, was you were 28 years old when you did that. So I was doing some quick math there, and you're getting up there in age a little bit.
Thanks, Regan. Good to see you, too. Yeah, I don't even know where to go with that, but our McDonald's Chevy qualified good tonight. I backed up a little bit. I'm kind of just hanging on at the moment, so we're trying to make some adjustments. I'm hoping they'll deliver me a quarter pounder pretty soon, and I can get back to racing. So I could hear you better if I was sitting in Jimmy's bus with him. Like, I thought he was doing TV. I saw a split screen with him and Mike and Jeff, and I was like, is he racing or doing TV today? It looked really cozy wherever he is.
Well, you've been away for a couple years. We figured we'd give you the rookie treatment. You had to stand out here in the rain with me instead. A couple years off, as we just mentioned, or 18 months roughly. What is different with these race cars now since the last time that you've been in them?
Well, I think the biggest thing for me is just, the rules package is different, but racing's always been the same, right? I mean, you go in a circle as fast as you can, and hopefully you're faster than everybody else, and you can get back to the finish line first. So it's not rocket science, but it's just, it's a different team, different car, so that's tough with no practice, and it's just harder to get ready. It's harder for me and Chad to kind of figure each other out and kind of what I like to feel on the car, what I don't. We're just learning as we go, and those are during the races. So it's been going really smooth so far. I've certainly made my share of mistakes in 2.5 races or 2 1/4 races, but we're just trying to look to get better every week and keep trying to do a good job every week. And, hopefully sooner or later we'll get some practice and get to be where we need to be.
I've been dying to ask you, what was the conversation like with your wife, Katie, when you asked her if you could go? I'm assuming you asked her, right? If you could go back racing.
Are you kidding? I've been home for months and months. She asked me to go racing.
I love it when that happens. Hey, tell me your mask there. It's got an interesting logo on it. What is that mask?
Metallica.
Metallica.
You didn't
I
even
like
know.
it. I didn't know. I feel as I claim to be a heavy metal fan.
So
and,
these guys have been
bad.
picking on me about my masks, and the team hasn't got any masks, and all I had was like some disposable ones. So last week they told me I looked like a doctor. So my wife got me a new one. I wore it out there today, and they said it looked like a lady's sports bra was on my face. So this was my only other option. So I put on my Metallica mask to try that out.
All right, real quick, favorite Metallica song?
The whole album of Injustice for All.
I couldn't name all those songs, but we'll let you figure that out as we go on here. Thanks, Matt.
I thought Clint Boyer was the best interview in NASCAR. Clint, you just got bumped down to number 2. All right, Jeff, did you recognize the Metallica emblem on?
No, but
neither did I.
We had a little help here in our studios with our stat guys.
Bert and Ernie. Thanks, Russell. Good catch. Metallica. Well, it's not Headbangers Ball. It's track drying at Charlotte. 50 laps complete in the Coca-Cola 600. Welcome back to Charlotte on the Coca-Cola 600. Some gray asphalt appearing and some blue sky up above. Track drying continues with 50 laps complete. Last Wednesday night on the final green flag lap at Darlington, Kyle Busch misjudges, made a mistake. He was trying to get up in front of Kevin Harvick, and yet he was not clear of Chase Elliott. Then the rains came. Busch ended up second, and Elliott with a battered and bashed race car 35th, which hurt him in the points and also affected his draw for pit position here at Charlotte. Chase Elliott, thanks for joining us from your motor coach during this, what we hope will be a fairly brief rain delay. You jumped up there to third spot in the early going here. How's it going?
Yeah, we maintained okay there. We felt like started off pretty good that first run, and then I didn't think that second one was going quite as well as the first one. So we talked about what we wanted to do under this caution here whenever we get to make a pit stop, and we'll try to make it a little better. 50 laps down, only 350 laps left. So we're almost there.
All right.
Well, you're a veteran nowadays, Chase, so I know you can handle it. Yeah, Chase, you're also, because you have run as many races as you have, you've dealt with some incidences like what happened on Wednesday with Kyle Busch. We saw something similar happen with Denny Hamlin at Martinsville. So how now, as you've experienced this, how do you and the team handle it and motivate yourself just 4 days later in this 600-miler?
Yeah, I guess fortunately or unfortunately, it's not the first time we've gone through this, in some capacity. So, I think the big thing is the silver lining in any incident that really matters is when it matters, it's because you're running well and you're in position to try to win a race. So I think that's the big thing to take away from it is we had a really fast Napa Chevy last weekend, and we were in position to give ourselves a chance. And that's why it mattered. That's why everybody is talking about it. That's why I was mad. That's why still mad. That's why our whole group was frustrated. I think that being said, you just recognize, hey, we were fast. We can sit here and complain and point fingers and go on down the road until we're blue in the face. But ultimately what matters is results on track and trying to win. And that's the frustrating part about last week is, his result didn't change and ours was destroyed. So that's really what matters at the end of the day, and that's the bottom line is where you finish.
Well, and you said it, Chase, that number 9 Napa Chevrolet is fast. It was fast last week. It was fast in Las Vegas. You finished top 5 here a year ago. You must be feeling pretty confident, even though there's been no practice. You must be feeling really good about your chances in this 600-mile race here today. This is one of the most coveted trophies in sports. I know you've won at the Roval here at Charlotte. I know how much this would mean to you. I think you must feel confident about your chances here today.
I hope so. I think that I feel like we're in a really good place as a team. I think our communication and our relationship amongst our 9 group is as good as it's ever been, if not better. And, I think we have to take advantage of the opportunity. You're not always going to have the same people surrounding you all the time. You're not always going to have the right situation to be successful. So I think it's important for us to make the most of what we have right now. And I think we're very capable of running with whoever at the track when we're at our best. I feel very confident in that. So, the one-day show thing I've really enjoyed. It's brought a level of excitement to this deal that I haven't had in a little while. Just it kind of reminds me of short track racing a little bit, showing up and doing our thing and going on down the road. So I've really enjoyed it. I hope we can do more of it. And like I said, we just got to make the most of what we have going on right now. I think our group's really special, and I feel, I'm very confident in the team we have. So we just need to get after it and execute and get some results.
Your dad's a very deserving Hall of Famer, but he never had enough luck to win this race. What would it mean to you if you could be the first Elliott to drive into Coca-Cola 600 victory lane?
Oh, it'd be huge. Anytime you can one-up him and anything racing is a big deal. I have a long ways to go. So, to do something that he hasn't done in this is hard to come by. yeah, it'd be huge. I mean, any win's huge for me. You know, I've learned that the hard way. They're all so hard to win, and you know, you can't take any of them for granted. So a win anywhere would be great. I don't get picky when it comes to wins. They're too hard to get.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
good luck
Chase,
tonight.
we hear they're calling drivers to the car here in about 10, 15 minutes. That's a good sign. So good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, appreciate it. Y'all have fun.
Thank you.
Chase Elliott. All right, let's go back out to the track and Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, it's been a good night so far for one of our rookies, Christopher Bell, inside the top 10 right now. And Christopher, I love what you said earlier today. You said, I'm just a dirt track kid. You know, I grew up in Oklahoma. Now here I am racing on the big stage at the Coke 600. What has this experience been like for you, and how do you prepare for the longest race of your career?
Well, unfortunately, this experience has been pretty much like all my other Cup races this year. Get part of it in, and then it rains, and you got to come back for the next part. So, but so far, so good. This is probably the best race car that I've had all year, or at least most comfortable for me to drive. So, really happy with what we've had so far the first 50 laps. Hopefully, we can keep going here and get this Ream Camry up front and keep it up front. It's a long race.
I imagine this time is extra trying for somebody like you. No laps on the track, no practice. So how do you and your crew chief, Jason Ratcliffe, go about setting this car up for what you need?
Yeah, ultimately it's up to him. He makes the decisions, but I think he relies heavily on notes. Basically, well, all of our JGR, or all the JGR cars ran really well here last year. So we had a pretty good notebook to figure out what we needed for today, and so far so good. We were able to qualify decent, and then whenever they dropped the green flag, I feel like I'm quite a bit faster than most of the guys in front of me, so we'll see how far we can get.
All right, he's 9th right now, and hopefully we're going to go racing here again soon, Mike.
Sounds like it, Jamie. Glad to see no raindrops falling there and track drying hard at work. What a rookie class we have this year. Here is the current rookie running order, with Tyler Reddick at the top of that group. Reddick and John Hunter Nemechek a week ago Sunday both had top 10 finishes, 7th and 9th respectively, at Darlington, the toughest track on the circuit. I mean, this, I can't remember, but it's been a long time since we had a rookie class this loaded with talent.
Well, Mike, it's making us look good here at Fox because we did a special with these rookies at Daytona prior to the season starting, because we just felt like it's impossible for this much talent with these good of race teams that these rookies are with, that they're not going to shine and really show us some capabilities and what the future holds for the sport, and they're living up to that. I mean, I think Christopher Bell, by the way, had a breakout moment in Darlington last week. Spun early, don't know if that was his doing or flat tire, made a little bit of contact with the wall. They came back and finished, 11th or 12th in that race. I think that they needed to put a complete race together to be able to move forward. And now you heard Christopher Bell say, hey, this is one of the best cars I've had. I think now more good things are going to be coming. Tyler Reddick's been impressive. John Hunter Nemechek. The guy that I picked that I thought was going to smoke them all, Cole Custer, off to a bit of a slow start. I'm looking for him to start gaining momentum, but all these guys have great potential.
Going to be a great battle for Rookie of the Year through the entire season. All right, so who has given the best rain delay interview? The results are in. Jimmy Johnson says Matt Kenseth for the interview win. And we would agree.
Yes.
Metallica and all. All right, Regan, can you top that?
Well, I don't know if we can quite top that. Chris Buescher, you got some big shoes to fill after Jimmy Johnson. I'm going to mess this interview up off the top. After the Matt Kenseth interview I just gave, tell us about your night so far. How's it going for you out there?
Yeah, it's not a bad start for our fifth third bank Mustang. So was happy with our speed, drivability. Had to go back there for that last restart, and we've been working our way back up. But really good drivability in the car. Really happy with that. And I think we're going to be just fine when we get back going here.
Okay, I got to ask. We just talked to Matt Kenseth about Metallica. What's your favorite Metallica song?
Inner Sandman, probably.
There we go. We're 2 for 2. You know Metallica well then.
So I mean, decent. I like rock, hard rock. Yeah, I'm in.
All right. Thanks, Chris. Good luck the rest of the night.
Inner Sandman. A little Mariano Rivera comes to mind there.
was going to say, you don't even have to be a Metallica fan or a hard rock fan to know that song.
All right, Chris Buescher, like all the drivers in this race, is memorializing a fallen serviceman or woman.
Thank you to Honor and Remember and NASCAR for inviting Army Specialist Anthony Kinslow to ride along in the number 17 car. God bless our veterans and their families. And shout out to one of NASCAR's biggest fans and Anthony's little brother, Peter.
Let's go back to Regan.
Well, Mike, a week ago, certainly one of the best stories was that of rookie John Hunter Nemechek at Darlington. A ninth place finish. Had a little bit trouble in the Wednesday night race, but how big was that event for your confidence, the ninth place finish that is, for your confidence and this team's confidence going forward?
Yeah, it was definitely huge to be able to come and run ninth at Darlington in my first ever Cup start there with front row. It's pretty special. So
we've taken what we learned from there, and hopefully we can apply it to some of these other racetracks. It's definitely given us a boost of confidence from a team and a driver perspective, and shows that we can contend and that we do have speed. So we just got to get our cars right and continue to move forward.
28th place right now tonight. Still a little bit of work to do. A lot of racing left to go as well, though. We talk about an endurance race such as this one. I know that you're big into endurance athletic stuff. So what do you do different tonight? Do you do anything special? I'm not in the best of shape, so I need to know.
Yeah, really just been training. Luckily during the quarantine, I kind of upped my training instead of took a break. So the rain kind of throws a different curve into it. I went back to the bus and got some food, just trying to refuel myself for how late of a night it's going to be. But overall, it's not as hot as I thought it was going to be. So that's definitely a plus. But still have to stay up on the wheel and stay mentally focused and continue to communicate in the right ways to our team to make the right adjustments all night and stay ahead of the racetrack. That's going to be the hard key tonight.
What'd you have to eat?
I had a peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, jealous right now. I know how to make those. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
At 22, I was just about to say how mature he is and wise beyond his years, falling back to the PB&J. All right. So, Jeff and Larry, what are teams looking at during this rain delay as far as data?
Yeah, Mike, as the drivers and the pit crew members are refueling, the teams, engineers, and crew chiefs, they're probably analyzing something like this. This is an SMT data set. You can see all kinds of throttle position, brake pressures, steering angles, RPMs, everything that the driver's inputting into the car and what the car is giving back. These teams have the ability to analyze. They can match cars to one another, different laps that they ran throughout this entire race. And Larry, here's one of the team engineers, I think shock specialist Cal Stewart from the 48 engineering room at Hendrick Motorsports.
Yeah, we know several things that Cal's looking at. He's looking at that SM10 data. He's looking at throttle, he's looking at steering, he's looking at lines around the track. He's also studying track trends, and he's looking at the other three Hendrick Motorsports drivers, how their car's handling, what adjustments they're making, as well as monitoring the competitors. You know, your best data as a crew chief or an engineer is your driver, but I do know for a fact, Jeff and Mike, with the limited practice, these engineers and crew chiefs are really leaning hard on this SMT data to make adjustments to the race car.
So, Jeff, as a driver, how do you feel about all that data of how you are driving being available to every other team?
Well, when I was the best car and the best driver out there on that given day, I wasn't real happy about it, Mike, because, you know, what happens is that allows them to just check off a few things that they don't have to go after. They say, okay, this is where they're faster, this is where they're driving different than I'm driving. If I try to do that, my car doesn't do this. We need to work on the car. Or they could say, oh, wow, that's interesting. I hadn't tried that or that line, and you can instantly go to it. So it's, I know there's mixed feelings on the grid with the drivers of sharing that much, but I think it's made the competition that much closer.
There's our Fox drone cam brought to you by Geico giving a look at the field. Here's Regan.
Mike, walking up and down pit road, I said, I want to go find the race car with the coolest paint scheme out here right now. Fortunate enough to find Bubba Wallace with the U.S. Air Force paint scheme car. Tell me about this paint scheme and what were you doing with the umbrella there?
What was the last part of that?
What were you doing with the umbrella there?
Oh, just a little balancing act, biding my time while the track dries. It actually dried up pretty quick, but yes, thank you. You could say that again, that this is the best looking race car.
I agree.
Somehow it didn't win the award last year, which is rigged. But you know what, besides that, we brought it back again. This was a scheme that I really wanted and brought to the U.S. Air Force, and they approved of it, and it's just taken off from here. So it's super cool. I've always wanted to do like the flight suit, resemble the flight suit. So it's just a great partnership that we have with our Richard Petty Motorsports and U.S. Air Force. They've been a great partner for a really long time. So and then to add to it, Captain Lawrence Dixon is riding with us, Tuskegee Airmen. So we're excited about that, having the family watch on TV. So we're trying to do you guys proud. Track's going to start cooling off now. I know it was a little hectic there at the start, but I think we're going to settle in for a good night.
I got a feeling a little more chaos to come once we do get racing here in just a few moments. Tell us about the race car itself right now. The speed looks pretty good so far early on.
Yeah, we're not bad. We struggle through 3 and 4, like the turn 4 heat soak spot. And you've been a part of that and been frustrated. The nose just takes off. So I told Jerry, I was like, I said, this is what I'm fighting, but he's like, I don't want to over-adjust for it. So I'm just trying to give him info about turn 1 and 2, keep our balance on our U.S. Air Force Chevrolet. Decent. Well, once the nighttime fully comes around and we're racing, we'll be all right.
If you figure out how to fix 3 and 4, let me know. I spent 10 years trying to, and I never did.
I still can't figure it out. I'll let you know.
All right, good luck, Bubba.
Lawrence Dickinson was a captain with the Army Air Corps, one of the famed Tuskegee Airmen. And over Austria, after 68 missions in World War II, he was forced to eject in 1944. He was 24 years old, declared missing in action 74 years later. His remains were identified by the Defense POW MIA accounting agency and returned. I see sunshine over Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Well, we're going back racing soon here, Mike.
And before they hop back in their cars, here's Jamie.
And Kevin Harvick being told that he is clear to get in the car. We'll get a quick question with you, Harvick. You just got word that you can get in. How is your car? You qualified kind of mid-pack. You made some gains, though.
We made some gains. We were really loose to start with, and our Busch Light Ford got better the second run. Now we just need to make a couple more adjustments on it, and I think it'll be fine. It's a long race.
All right. He was the winner last Sunday night. We'll see if he can do it again, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. And there is Kevin Harvick's office. Drivers have been called to their cars. 50 laps, 75 miles complete in the Coca-Cola 600. And we're getting ready to go back to racing.
It's tough. It's tough to keep your concentration at a max level for 600 miles.
You stay busy. You stay focused with the tire wear, the fuel burn off.
Really going to be a test this year to see how prepared everyone is.
You're on go the whole time.
It starts with just seat time, and the majority of our NASCAR races are long.
It's a challenge all the way through, and you just focus on it.
So we've run 75 miles. We've got the Charlotte 525 to go here tonight as drivers climb back aboard.
Yeah, Mike, I don't think that you can even put into words and describe to the fans and viewers watching at home of what it's like, how difficult it is to focus for that period of time. And I think the drivers, when you do it often or you do it every year in this race, I think even they take it for granted of that test that it mentally puts you through. But it is tough. It is a grind. Now, of course, when you're moving 180 miles per hour, things go by fast, so maybe you don't think about it as much. But when it's all over, your body and your eyes and everything really tell you what you've been through, what you've put yourself through. It's exhausting, and there's a lot of mental preparation and a lot that goes into staying focused and mentally sharp throughout that long period of time.
Well, the night started off badly for the driver in position number 13, Denny Hamlin, coming off the win at Darlington. On the pace laps, they lost some unsecured ballast from out of the left side frame rail. A couple of big pieces of tungsten, which is denser than lead. Yeah, that's a hard pickup right there. And that will lead, Larry, to some serious penalties for this team. Show us how this happened.
Yeah, we're going to use our Ford cutaway car to show you the area that it came from. They have to put ballast in the car to get it up to the required minimum weight, and they don't really just use lead. It's a heavy metal called tungsten. And you're going to see right here under the battery box, you're going to see some areas where they actually put the lead right there. And then you'll go in the frame rail as well. And then you have these stops that hold it in there. And it appeared to me one of those bolts, one of those stops came out, and that's what caused the lead to come out. And Mike, from my experience, when you lose a piece of ballast like that, it can be a 4-race suspension for crew chief, car chief, and team engineer.
Wow.
Oh yeah, NASCAR takes that very, very serious, because when you have something like that gets loose and gets out on the racetrack, it can be very, very dangerous.
And as you pointed out, Jeff, if that had happened on his qualifying lap, that could easily have been a wrecked race car.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, certainly they're going to go back and try to check to see how that bolt or that pin that holds that lead in there came loose, because had that happened at speed or in qualifying, it could not only tear up the left rear tire and the fender, but it could send that car right into the wall.
So after a red flag of just over an hour, we are back under caution at Charlotte. Kurt Busch has led every lap so far, and we are midway through stage 1. This is the only NASCAR race that is run in 4 stages of 100 laps each. One hour and 8 minutes for the red flag. And fortunately, a lot of interviews.
Yes. And remember, Mike, this day started early for these crews. When this track opened up this morning to get these cars through inspection, to get ready to go qualify, that happened at 2 o'clock, but these teams were there, 10, probably 9 a.m., maybe earlier for some of them, and they're going to be here for a long time tonight.
Well, hats off to NASCAR and Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is as fast a track drawing as I think we've seen.
It's a great effort. Now that these cars are moved out onto the racetrack, cleared pit road, then the track drawing will resume right there on pit road where they were sitting, and then we'll be ready to go.
So you see the dark part of the track is where the traction compound was applied and then worked in with the tire dragging through turns 1 and 2 and turns 3 and 4, except for the bottom groove. A look from the Geico Fox drone cam as we finish off this caution period, and some of the track drying equipment scurries for cover.
Mike, I anticipate everybody coming down pit road, because pitting right here will get you to the end of stage 1, but this track is going to be bad fast when they go back to racing.
Still a little work to do there on pit road. Usually the Coca-Cola 600 is the last race of Memorial Day weekend at Charlotte. Not this year. Tomorrow, the Xfinity Series takes to the track at 7:30 Eastern Time on FS1. Tuesday night, it's the truck's turn, and then we're right back here on Wednesday with the NASCAR Cup Series cars once again for 500 kilometers.
It's a NASCAR binge watch, Mike.
Yes, it is. 4 straight days of NASCAR on the Fox networks.
Extended coverage here tonight.
Just finishing up a couple of spots on pit road, and we'll be ready to go back to green.
You know, Jeff, you heard these drivers talk about track position. I just wonder if we might see some two-tire stops right here.
I would be surprised. I mean, you know, now, of course, I would have thought that maybe had rubber been laid down the track, but now, Larry, it's going to be a green racetrack. But, yeah, I think as important as track position has been, they may choose to gamble here.
The impacts of COVID-19 felt across every industry, including the restaurant community. Our favorite restaurants working hard to stay open and serve food and drinks that bring us together. So join Coca-Cola in a conversation on Twitter and tell them about the restaurants you love using hashtag #WeLoveThisPlace and tagging @Coca-Cola. And show the restaurants some love by ordering a meal from your favorite place. Going to keep pit road closed for one more lap. Track drying equipment still in use along the pit lane. The teams have handheld leaf blowers drying their pit stalls. And we may get pit road opened in the next lap or two.
Yeah, traction not important, not just important on the racetrack, Mike. That traction is important in pit road as these guys do their jobs running around the front, whether you're tire carrier, tire changer, jack man, you need all the grip that you could possibly get to do it fast, do it efficient, with no mistakes.
All right, Jeff, you want 4 tires or you want track position?
I'll be honest, Mike. I want fuel and track position, so maybe 2 tires.
Okay.
That's easy for me to say.
From here, yes.
As a driver, I always wanted 4 tires, but I really believe that track position at this stage, without having that outside groove moved in, there's single file around the bottom until that starts to happen. I think track position is going to make your car handle better than anything else.
Sounds like a plan. Well, let's look at tonight's On a Mission, sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union. And it is Kurt Busch who is on a mission. He pipped Jimmy Johnson for the pole by 9 1/1000ths of a second earlier today. And on his boss's birthday, he's led every lap so far.
And the pits are open. We're going to find out. Look at them all peel off.
All the lead lap cars, looks like everybody's headed for pit road. Regan.
Well, we had a chance to talk to Joey Logano during that rain delay. He is happy with this race car and thinks it's going to get even better as the race goes on. A good opportunity for these drivers to talk to their crew chiefs and come up with a very good plan to make the right adjustments early on in this race. Jamie?
Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 had a great stop first go around. He gained 4 positions on pit road. He was having a slight radio issue. The 11 of Denny Hamlin was bleeding over to his radio. They hope to get that worked out by now. A 4-tire stop for Truex.
Now we got pit road mostly dry, but there was at least a slip there going on. Watch Joey Logano's crew coming around the back side of the car to change
the
tires.
rear tire changer goes down.
So almost everybody on the lead lap came to pit road. We'll fill you in when we come back. The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. And by Coca-Cola, a premier partner of the NASCAR Cup Series. So on the first lap, the pits were open. All the lead lap cars did pit except Brennan Poole and B.J. McLeod. They were not staying out to lead the race for track position, but they were in a congested area of pit road and basically did their neighbors a favor by not coming in. They did pit the next time by. Now, Eric Almirola at the start of, or on the pace laps, did hit a piece of that tungsten.
Oh, he was trying to avoid the one sliding down the banking, and then he hit the other one that was on the apron with the left front. I believe they were just on pit road for an extended period of time trying to fix that splitter to check out the damage.
Here they come to the Geico restart zone. Boy, good catch, replay room on that one. Here we go. At lap 57, we are back under green.
Alex Bowman took 2 tires on that last time down pit road.
Just the 19 now, tight on your door. Quarter.
That's Eddie DeHaan, Chase Elliott spotter.
Quarter. Here comes a push from the 8. He's got a push. You're clear. Still pushing you. He's coming back up top. You're still good by half. Now 1, drawing away.
2-car getaway. Here comes the rookie, Tyler Reddick, on the inside for third.
Boy, you see Kurt Busch wiggling, similar to what Jimmy Johnson did earlier in this race. This is the first time Kurt Busch hasn't been out in front in that clean air.
And look at the log jam behind them.
Ooh, big shove from Joey Logano. That track temp has cooled down about 15-20 degrees, so intensity is going to ramp up here.
Austin Dillon outside. Hendrick cars coupled together. William Byron, Jimmy Johnson, the 24 and 48.
We know how important track position is and these restarts. That's why they're so aggressive, fighting, battling for those positions every chance they can get.
Hoyer takes advantage of Newman there to move up into 11th. Jamie?
And as we watch the 88 of Alex Bowman, who got the lead by taking 2 tires only. If you look at his paint scheme, Mike, he had a hand in designing that. Everything to do with it. And that sounds like somebody else I know who used to drive this car. Dale Earnhardt Jr. used to love to help design his paint schemes as the 9, his teammate, all over his bumper.
All red, white, and blue. Hendrick 1-2 Chevrolets. Toyota 3rd, Truex, and Logano was the first Ford in 6th.
And gutsy call by crew chief Greg Ives, calling for those 2 tires. This really could work out for Greg Ives in that 88 and Alex Bowman because they were able to get out front and in that clean air. You take 2 tires, you're shuffled back a couple rows, much different set of circumstances.
Brad Keselowski outside Eric Jones. Well, it was a long wait to get back to green. I think you deserve a Geico crank it up.
Oh, yeah.
Right with you by half and he's by 5. Maintaining half. Still there, tight on your quarter. You have the run clear, all clear. Working lap 63. No 5 back, no pressure, man. Keep the pressure on here. clear.
Saw that coming. Go get the next one.
Still there. Still there. 3's following. Clear by 2. Money tight quarter. Clear right now. 1 to mid. Still clear. Still 1. Go back out. Back, try to back it. 3 still inside. 24 going to the bottom inside behind him. Still there. Still out there just for 1 back after 24. 24 is going to run half back. Clear. Bump stall. Now on your bumper. Clear off. Clear by 2.
We've completed 100 of the 600 miles tonight. Alex Bowman was 13th on pit stops, took 2 tires, came out with the lead. All the Hendrick cars in the top 10. Jimmy Johnson, William Byron battling for 9th in those Camaros.
And the leader coming down pit road, Kurt Busch, fell back a few spots after his pit stop and then fell back a couple more spots as he got back in that traffic. Mike, when I watched that, crank it up and listen to those engines, even though the top speed is lower than what we've seen in, maybe a few years ago, the corner speeds are extremely fast. And the commitment that you have to have as a driver to stick that car down in there to try to make that pass happen, and you see the car step out, I promise you it's a white knuckle experience.
I'll bet. Well, they were side by side for 15th. 2 of the Penske affiliated cars. Then Brad Keselowski took over the spot for Matt DiBenedetto. Kurt Busch led the first 54 laps in Charlotte. Then Alex Bowman took 2 tires, and he's been out front for the last 17 circuits. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, recognizing those who are starting to help us all move forward again. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. 77 laps complete. Alex Bowman was starting to feel the effects of taking on just 2 tires, got locked up in a battle with Chase Elliott, but now has sprinted out to a 0.7 of a second lead once again.
Well, and we noticed that through 1 and 2, his car looks very strong, but when he gets down to 3 and 4, that's where he's feeling the effects of not having the grip with those right sides. Oh, getting into turn 3, that's the back end coming around. He has to get out of the gas a good bit, go up the racetrack, and that allows Chase Elliott to close in on him, actually go to the outside. And then this battle with teammates got really intense going into turn 3. See the back end comes around again as the 88 of Bowman dives inside. Chase Elliott having to check up. Boy, that's, you know, when you get that close, Mike, it takes the air off that right side, really pulls it back in around. I'm surprised that didn't suck Alex Bowman all the way around.
So Bowman back to the lead, and now with lap cars in play, stretching it out to 0.8 of a second.
And let's watch that throttle trace as you look at our telemetry. 177 miles per hour. See him coming. He doesn't come all the way out of the throttle. Comes out to about, what, 30–40%. Then back to wide open. That corner actually looked pretty good. Maybe he made a slight adjustment, slowing down that entry speed to get it more secured. There's turns 1 and 2, about 50% throttle. Oh, the car looked like it got tight there off of turn 2, Mike. That was not from a loose condition.
So Bowman is your leader. Chase Elliott in second, and he's got a mirror full of Martin Truex. Jamie.
And Martin Truex Jr. enjoyed watching that, watching the teammates battle it out. But Truex saying on the radio, there's a bump in 3 and 4 that's really upsetting his race car. And he said, overall, I feel like this track is more bumpy than it was a year ago.
Wow. While we were in break, Ty Dillon made a pit stop under green for what he thought was a loose wheel. He's gone 2 laps down.
Here's Truex to the inside. It's going to make that move. Looks like Chase Elliott giving it up. Wants to see the strength of this 19 car. He knows that's going to be one of the teams and cars to beat. My experience is when tracks feel like they're rougher, yeah, the wind, you know, through the winter, that's possible. Some of the bumps get a little bit worse, but it's usually the engineers get smarter and they get more aggressive with their setups, and the cars get more rigid to hold that platform to get more performance, and it rides over the bumps a lot rougher.
Tyler Reddick had his fastest lap of the night on the first lap of this green flag run. Fastest lap of anybody. That's also the lap where Alex Bowman had his fastest, and then the Busch brothers shortly thereafter. So this track is picking up speed as we transition from day into nighttime.
And we're riding on board with the 13 of Ty Dillon, who had to come down pit road, felt like he had a loose tire. So he's gone down a lap. We're actually hearing a potential vibration in the 8 car of Tyler Reddick. Says other than that, no complaints.
Joey Logano in 5th. He has been the best Ford in the field this whole race. And Kyle Busch, 2nd Toyota in line. Martin Truex 2nd. Kyle is 6th.
I really thought when we saw Martin Truex Jr., I mean, we knew Martin Truex Jr. would be tough, but we've seen where Kyle Busch on the 1.5 miles typically qualify further back, 18th, 20. Oh,
Christopher
almost
Bell.
a spin with Christopher Bell. He saves it. No caution. He's going to lose some more spots, though, here. He lost so much momentum.
That happened down at the entry of turn 3. He and Ryan Blaney got together. And we will stay green. Let's show you what happened.
See Christopher Bell's going by a lap car of Joey Gase. The 12 car of Ryan Blaney gets a huge run, gets to his rear bumper, sends him sideways.
How did that car not spin?
That spoiler and that banking.
Battle was for 13th when that happened.
One lap car there, still 4 ahead of the 95. Outside corner clear. Checking up here, checking up, keeping high, come on, come on.
I mean, how he didn't spin out, and Ryan Blaney was almost a part of it himself. That was a pretty aggressive move by Ryan Blaney. There's really nowhere to go other than to the rear bumper of the 95, Christopher Bell.
13 laps to go in stage 1. Alex Bowman, your leader. William Byron trying to get the final stage point as we take you, Fox, side by side. Eight laps to go in stage 1 at Charlotte, where Coca-Cola is proud to support America's frontline heroes and their families, especially those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. Together, we honor America's servicemen and servicewomen. Coca-Cola is donating $500,000 to the USO and the American Red Cross in honor of the frontline heroes in the fight against COVID-19. Riding with Ryan Newman, currently 12th. Looking ahead 2 spots to Kurt Busch, who is now in the final point position for stage 1, 10th place.
Yeah, here, ever since we've gone back racing after that rain delay, a lot of loose conditions by different drivers. We've seen some of them because they've been so sideways, but hearing a lot more chatter on the radio, so look for some adjustments to tighten these race cars up on that next stop at the end of this stage.
You know, partner, your call for 2 tires is looking really good right now.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Don't tell Alex Bowman that, because when he looks in his mirror, here comes Martin Truex Jr. But yes, coming from 13th, whether he finishes first in this stage or not, it's been an impressive move.
Oh, one car was way up toward the wall and cuts down to pit road with it. A bit of sparks trailing it, flat tire. We'll update that in a minute. Here's Jamie.
Chase Elliott started this race third. That's where he runs right now. He's saying on the radio he's just a little bit too loose, but he also said it feels like it has too much rear spring in it. Jeff, can you elaborate what he means?
Yeah, we'll go to Larry Mack as we see right here. The 88 really loose. Oh, 14's in the wall.
Oh, Boyer has hit it hard. And that will put us under caution at lap 97.
He's going to hop out. I don't know if that was something under the hood or just after he hit the wall. Could be a right front tire.
Clint Boyer had high hopes for tonight. He was running 11th.
You can tell he's moving gingerly. That's a heavy, heavy hit. No safer barrier, no safer barrier. You hit going that fast, it's going to hurt.
Third caution flag of the night, the first one for an incident.
That'll knock the wind out of you.
And we'll see if we finish this stage under caution. There's the AMR safety team getting into position.
See a lot of fluids there coming from underneath that car.
Our cameraman saying, Jeff, it sounded like a tire let go on Boyer's car. Let's look.
Yeah, you see it right there. He goes into turn one. There's sparks. That the way the angle in that car went straight, and that's the worst possible place that could happen. One of the fastest parts of the racetrack, heavy loads. This is afterwards, but he went to go to the bottom of the racetrack, and then it blew as soon as it took a big set and went into the wall straight in.
Daniel Suarez will get the free pass. Now, the car that had gone way up toward the wall in 4 and then cut sharply down to pit road was Timmy Hill. He was able to get serviced and get back out on the racetrack. But, boy, this is a very tough blow for Clint Boyer and his team.
It was, and Mike, they were setting such a fast pace. So you know when you're going through the corners this fast, this is from the 12 of Blaney's car.
That's a hard hit.
Yes, it is. You know, when you're setting that kind of pace, it's going to be really hard on these right sides, especially that right front tire.
So Clint Boyer has climbed out and is okay. Takes the ride for the mandatory trip to the care center. And this first stage will end under caution. 100 laps, the first of 4 stages tonight to get us to 600 miles. It'll be the second career stage win for Alex Bowman, who won stage 1 at Auto Club Speedway, as we're under caution for Clint Boyer's crash. White checkered flag under caution for Alex Bowman. Truex, Elliott, Reddick, Logano, the top 5 at the end of stage 1. Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, Jimmy Johnson, Byron, and Kurt Busch get the rest of the stage points. Alex Bowman racing to remember Army Staff Sergeant Scott Brunkhorst of Fayetteville, North Carolina, killed by enemy forces with an improvised explosive device, an IED, in Afghanistan in 2010. He was 25 years old. Racing to remember on Memorial Day weekend as we finish the first of 4 stages tonight. I thought when Chase Elliott got alongside, that was going to be the lead change right there.
I really did. And, you know, right there at the end, another moment for Alex Bowman. I think he had to check up there, and it looked like Mark Truex Jr. was going to get a big run on him right before that caution came out.
Pits will be open next time by. The Honor and Remember flag, a national symbol of remembrance, recognizing the ultimate sacrifice of our military fallen heroes and their Gold Star families from all conflicts and all branches of service. If you want to learn more, visit honorandremember.org or text the word flag to 71777. So the pits will be open this time. Lap 54 was the last opportunity to get to pit road. We still have 28 cars on the lead lap, and Daniel Suarez will get the free pass under this caution.
Yeah, Mike, this should be 4 tires for everybody on this stop.
Yeah, don't see him gambling this time, do we, crew chief?
No, sir.
Got to be single file onto pit road. Regan.
Well, Joey Logano with a little bit of a challenging pit stall. You'll see the 42 of Matt Kenseth have to come around him very close to the nose of that race car. Otherwise on the track, a little frustrated with the 13 car of Ty Dillon, who had fresh tires after he had a loose wheel, came out right in front of Joey. Small changes for him. Jamie?
And Alex Bowman, the 27-year-old from Tucson, Arizona, wants to tighten him up a bit on exit. Around out of wedge in the right rear, a 4-tire stop for the 88.
All right, Bowman came in the leader. Logano came in 5th, and on our Ram race-off pit road,
Kyle
looks like he's
Busch
going to leave in that same spot, but Kyle Busch is the big winner on pit road. Plus 4 spots for the Joe Gibbs number 18 team. Bowman and Busch.
I say we dial up our stage 1 winner. Hey Alex, this is Jeff and Mike at Fox Sports Studios. You got a copy?
Yeah, Jeff, I got you.
Hey man, looking good up front. Gutsy call by Greg Ives. Put you up there with those 2 tires and got that clean air. I mean, it didn't look like it was an easy one. It looked like it was a handful, but you did an awesome job holding on to it and winning that stage.
Yeah, thanks, man. We've been really loose all night. Loose in qualifying. Greg made a really good call there. 2 tires probably helped the car a little bit and was able to get clean air and get away there. But, man, the Noco Camaro is a bit of a handful right now. Chasing the back of the car all over the racetrack. But what an honor to be here representing all the men and women that have served our country past and present, and thankful for this opportunity. I know Mr. H is watching at home, so we got 3 more stages to go, and hopefully get this thing in victory lane.
Yeah, I'm certain Mr. H is watching. He probably got a little nervous with that battle of you and Chase Elliott going into turn 3. Congrats. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, man.
Alex Bowman has now led 200 laps in the 7 races of this season. That's more than any other complete season in his Cup career. The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola, a premier partner of the NASCAR Cup Series. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans. Before we go back to green, football's Watt brothers will host the summer's first big hit. Watching amateur athletes take on the fiercest pro taggers is so fun. Your whole family will be glued to the TV. Don't miss Ultimate Tag Wednesday. Oh, on Fox. That's gotta hurt.
Did you say pro taggers? Is there such a thing?
Yeah, it's right here on the copy. Card 36. Pro taggers. Yeah. I guess there is.
All right.
We know there's pro iRacers and there's pro taggers too.
True. Yeah, as long as I don't have to go play tag against the Watt brothers, then I'm fine.
I'm with you. Alex Bowman has chosen the inside for the restart. Puts Kyle Busch on the outside. Chase Elliott right behind him. And we'll listen in on Alex Bowman's radio when they go here. Kevin Hamlin, his spotter, as they approach the Geico restart zone.
With you tight out back, still in line. That's your quarter outside. Still right with you out back. Don't let him sneak inside. Still right with you. Even up top. Clear high, half back your lane. You're clear. 2 wide, 1 back. 2 wide, 3 back. No real runs here. That's your entry. 19 with you. You got a huge show from the 22. Got to your bumper. You're driving away by 3 here.
Boy, that's what you want to hear, driving away by 3, but look who's bumper to bumper.
Isn't that the way it works, Mike? Just a few days later, you get to the next race. Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch, bumper to bumper, bump drafting down the front straightaway that last time by him.
Well, Jeff, you were telling me on the conference call how you felt and how you drove when you had a driver right behind you who maybe owed you one.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely in your mind. You're wondering, okay, is today the day that they're going to pay me back? Or are they going to make me have to earn that respect back over a long period of time? But, you know, one thing's for sure. Chase Elliott's not going to cut Kyle Busch any slack for a long time.
Logano drops in line 5th behind Bowman, Truex, Kyle Busch, and Chase Elliott.
You see William Byron getting to the inside of Tyler Reddick. Tyler Reddick almost took him 3 wide on that start down the back straightaway. Now he's losing the spot to Byron.
All right, we're back under green. We'll check with Regan Smith at the Care Center.
Well, thankful to see Clint Boyer emerge from the Care Center. You're okay. We speculated it was a right front tire there. Is there any more helpless feeling as a driver to have?
No, it pretty well sucks. You know, you got about as much time to this. Here's something ready. Yeah, knocked the wind out of me there. I mean, this sucks. To be 100 laps into a 400 lap race and be out already, not much. Talk about a helpless feeling. The guys worked really hard on the Rush Truck Centers, Mobile One, Delvac Ford, but it just wasn't meant to be. I guess we'll get ready for, what is it, next Wednesday we'll be back at it. I'm going to go somewhere and take this thing off, find somewhere I can find a cold beer. I'm out of here.
Find that beer, Clint, thanks.
Short night for Clint Boyer, unfortunately. Chris Buescher in the 17 at 12th, holding off Kevin Harvick, and here's Ryan Blaney.
I think these drivers now, they've got that run under their belt. rubber lay down the racetrack. They've got to feel for how aggressive they can be on these restarts, what their balance is going to be like over a run, and when and where to push the issue. Still very early in this race, though, Mike. You just can't push the issue too much right now. But we are starting to see, as Ryan Preece dives to the inside of John Hunter Nemechek, we are starting to see where some passing can happen, even though it's a track position game so far. There's definitely some balance issues that some of these cars are having in certain sections of the track.
"14 laps into stage 2. Time for a Coca-Cola Share a Coke, Share a Ride with Austin Dillon in the number 3. Riding to 9th place, Ryan Newman just ahead. Earlier this week, a number of drivers were asked who's the toughest guy to pass. They all said Ryan Newman, and they asked Ryan Newman, who said, "I don't know. I've never tried to pass him, but I hear it's a..." Never mind.
I love that comment. I absolutely love that. Oh. Well, it wasn't so hard for Austin Dillon. He went right on by. We see his teammate, though, in front of him, Tyler Reddick, have a bit of a loose moment there off the turn 2. Oh, here's another big moment by Reddick. Austin Dillon's going to go right on by.
And that's our Coca-Cola Inside Ride. 116 laps complete. We're well into stage 2 in Charlotte.
Coca-Cola and NASCAR. It's a Sunday thing. You're watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Bank of America. There's Bank of America Tower in uptown Charlotte. Everybody with the red, white, and blue paying tribute on this Memorial Day weekend. Great sight. There's some red, white, and blue out front. Alex Bowman has now led the most laps in this race, one of only 2 leaders so far, as Kurt Busch led from the pole. But Busch now running right where he restarted, Jamie, in 16th. What happened?
That's right. He led those first 54 laps, Mike, but the car just started to get worse. He said it was really bad in traffic, and the nose was taking off when he got around another car. They made a big adjustment on the last stop. They made a wedge adjustment, air pressure, and 4 tires, but he hasn't made up much ground since that stop.
Bubba Wallace slowing. Looks like he's coming to pit road.
Well, we'll show you why.
This is down the front straightaway, entering turn 1. He and Ross Chastain side by side. Looked like Bubba had an issue. He checked up in the 37 to Priest. Got to his rear bumper really quick. That could have been a big moment.
Bubba was 17th. We're told he has a brake problem. Jamie.
Yeah, he just came on the radio and said the pedal is to the floor, guys. I don't have brakes, so they just alerted the guys. He coasted down pit road into this box.
Tough break for that P40 Flying Tiger. Alex Bowman out front. During the last caution flag, Ricky Stenhouse thought he had either a loose wheel or a tire going down and pitted before pits were open, so had to restart out back. Let's have a look at tonight's Toyota top performers. Martin Truex, Kyle Busch, 2nd and 3rd. Eric Jones in the top 10.
Nice comeback by Eric Jones. Remember, he had that penalty. I believe it's an uncontrolled tire on pit road earlier.
Yes, back at lap 20 during the competition caution.
On his way back up into the top 10. You know, Eric Jones, we've got Matt Kenseth back in the field, and Matt used to drive this car. I feel like these drivers are so similar, though, in their style and their talent and ability. They'll be quiet throughout this race, and when it's all over, you're like, hey, where did he come from? And he'll be in the top 5 or 10.
And Bubba Wallace has taken Richard Petty's 43 to the garage. He'll be the 2nd car out of the race, joining Clint Boyer, who crashed back at lap 97 after a cut tire.
But Mike, if they're going to the garage for mechanical, they can repair. It's only when you go to the garage for accident-related damage that you can't come back out.
Larry, my question is, with these drivers pretty much running wide open, not using any brakes, you know, what would cause those brakes to fail like that? I just wonder if it's something on a checklist prior to the race.
Well, and again, we go back to the start of the race, Denny Hamlin having ballast come out of the car. I do think things like this, Jeff, are a product of lack of practice, but also maybe a little bit of lack of preparation.
Big knot of cars here, including the lap number 7 of J.J. Yaley. Looking back at Jimmy Johnson from Ryan Blaney. This group of cars from 11th on back. Let's take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap tonight among lead lap cars. Tyler Reddick 1 lap after the restart. Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch.
Yeah, you're in that pack of cars, Mike, and they're cutting through the air. That big spoiler's punching a hole, so you get a lot of speed down the straightaways, and if the tires have a lot of grip in them early on, you're going to be able to hold it wide open through the corners also and put up a nice lap like Tyler Reddick did. Riding on board here with Kevin Harvick. Harvick in that 13th position, just biding his time, using patience. You know, this is a long race. A veteran driver like this knows when the car's off a little bit at the beginning of this race that he can make some adjustments, give communication back to his crew chief, Rodney Childers, and make those adjustments with each of those stops. But that urgency will go away later in this race, but watch for Kevin Harvick to find his way closer to the front.
We're told that a hub on the left side of the car failed on Bubba Wallace's car.
And I can see that, you know, sometimes the grease or something goes wrong in the wheel bearing, causing that wheel to get extremely hot. That will boil the fluid and cause the brakes to go out. So it wasn't a brake failure. It was actually more of a hub or a bearing failure.
Joey Logano flashing past Joey Gase in the 51 there.
You know, Jeff, we always talk about the most load on the right front, but when it comes to wheel bearing, the left front is always the weaker one because of the way the loads go when you're going through these corners. If you're going to fail a wheel bearing, it will always be the outer left front wheel bearing.
.133 laps complete in Charlotte. It's early in the Coca-Cola 600. Alex Bowman has now led 80 laps. The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Ram Trucks, built to serve. And by McDonald's. We're still here to take your order.
Today I drive for Corporal Patrick Deans,
Jerry L. Gainey Jr., Army Sergeant Norman L. Tollett,
Staff Sergeant Scott W. Brunkhorst with the United States Army.
.200 miles complete at Charlotte Motor Speedway, 1/3 the distance. Alex Bowman, Martin Truex, Kyle Busch, your top three. Chase Elliott, Joey Logano, the top five. 28 drivers on the lead lap. Out of the 40 that started, just 2 in the garage. Clint Boyer crashed, Bubba Wallace, broken hub.
Oh, they're just getting warmed up right now, Mike.
Alex Bowman, except for that one bobble he had that allowed Chase Elliott to get alongside, he's been on rails.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, with 2 tires, I don't know if he's on rails right there as he bobbles a little bit.
I spoke too soon.
Yeah, but no, I mean, we heard that he still does have a loose conditions. He goes to the inside of Suarez, but You know, it looks like they added a little bit of tape on the nose on that last stop, probably made a slight adjustment, but with the 2 tires, he was definitely fighting it a lot more than he is right now.
A win in California and a runner-up finish in the first of the 2 races at Darlington. Highlight Bowman's run in these 6 races so far. Usually the 600 is the 15th, 16th race of the season. This year it is the 7th. And we come right back here on Wednesday night with the Cup Series to run 500 kilometers on the oval.
Yeah, and we also normally run the All-Star race prior to the 600. Yeah, Blaney's been working on Newman for quite a while throughout this run, and right behind them, Jimmy Johnson. This just goes to show you how important track position is. We see Alex Bowman, took 2 tires, got track position, he's been able to maintain it. Jimmy Johnson, remember, he's in the top 5, had that 1 bobble, and he went back to about 12th or 13th. He's now in 12th spot. So this is definitely going to be a track position game. If the cautions fall properly, you're going to see some more teams be more aggressive, taking those 2 tires or trying to get that track position.
So Larry, as you race from twilight into darkness and the temperatures continue to drop, what adjustments do you have at your disposal?
Yeah, I mean, even Greg Ives, crew chief for Alex Bowman, knows he'll have to keep making adjustments on that 88 car. So let's go to our Ford cutaway car. And, you know, you hear Jamie Little and Regan Smith talk about air pressure, wedge, track bar. Well, this is what happens when they adjust the track bar. It's the lower hole in the back window, and the bar ties the rear end in the center of the car. But when you raise it, as we did over there, that will free the car up. If the driver says it's not turning, you can raise that track bar. If he says I'm loose, especially getting in, Jeff, you can lower that track bar. It's one of the adjustments that they will be making all night long.
Yeah, we've heard some drivers say, I'm loose getting in, but I'm losing the nose on the exit. Boy, that really makes it tough on crew chiefs, trying to make the right adjustments, maybe air pressure for one, maybe a wedge adjustment for one, and then the track bar for the other.
Well, that was Kyle Busch's complaint early on, but he's worked his way up to 3rd place, albeit 6.5 seconds back of the leader.
But again, Mike, we go back to track positions. This battle continues to heat up as they go through lap traffic. It's given an opportunity for Ryan Blaney to close up on Ryan Newman and maybe try to take him 3 wide to complete this pass. But I just go back to track position. When track position is so important, well, there goes Blaney to the inside of Newman. Well, you know, I saw that maybe materialize in there because it's been so difficult for Blaney to make that pass on Newman that his best opportunities when they stalled out side by side with a lap car for Blaney to slingshot and make that move. Let's go back and see it again. So they come off of turn 2. Perfect scenario for Ryan Blaney as that stalls out the 6. Ryan Blaney goes up, drafts off of the 27 of Greg Galding. That allows him to get position, get to the inside of Ryan Newman to complete that pass. Great move, great instincts by the 12 of Blaney.
Regan?
Well, you see that move by Ryan that was, as Jeff said, a great move, but that was out of necessity for him. His race car is very good. He's just having trouble completing passes. So the discussion was every opportunity like they get right there to make a pass, he's going to have to go for it the rest of the night. Further forward he gets, car keeps getting better.
Here is Kurt Busch making the move on Chris Buescher. This is for 15th as Kurt tries to, haven't seen much of Kurt in this second stage.
And again, Mike, I go back, you know, when he lost that track position, boy, he really lost the handling on that car too. So look for them to try to make some adjustments, but get that track position back. But when I talk about making adjustments, Mike, if track position is so important, you can only decide to make one adjustment or the other. Maybe, you know, you're the one that's going to take the least amount of time. Air pressure, there is no time it's going to take on pit road, but a wedge adjustment is going to take time, but you can only do one, wedge or the track bar. You can't do both in a track position race like this.
We are halfway through stage 2. When we come back, we'll catch up with Larry on when to expect pit stops. Alex Bowman leading Martin Truex 2 seconds back, and Truex trying to chase down our leader. A number of leaders, led by Kevin Harvick, have already come to pit roads, splitting this stage in half. And pit stops continue. William Byron and Chase Elliott had a moment, both getting to pit road at the same time. Kyle Busch is in. Elliott comes out. Ryan Blaney, a lot of brake lockup as he comes to pit road. Regan.
Well, Kyle Busch comes to pit road. He's been asking questions about where the 88 of Alex Bowman is running on the racetrack and what he's doing different. Kyle trying to find ways to make his race car just a little faster. That car just needed some grip on the racetrack.
4 tires and fuel for Ryan Blaney. He's away. Green flag pit stops just past the halfway point of stage 2.
And Mike, this is the first set of green flag stops these drivers have attempted to make in this race. And this is a very aggressive pit road entry that they're carrying a lot of speed, Larry.
Yeah, to Mike's point, everybody is split in this stage. When I look at our leader, Alex Bowman, I've got a fuel estimator that I've been working with here. He can go to about lap 160 or 161. 3 to 4 laps is about max for Alex Bowman at 88.
Cole Custer in, Bowman and Truex, Logano. In fact, the top 13 cars staying out and stretching this first tank full. Riding with Newman, who's back on track, 24th a lap down. Can't pit here without losing a lap, even if you are the leader, right?
Well, we saw Kevin Harvick. He was able to pit, and he was a lap. Yeah, he's still a lap down. So, yeah, you're definitely going to lose at least one lap as Truex is on pit road.
Here's the second place car, Truex on pit road. Jamie?
As he comes to a stop in his box, he says he was fighting the nose through the corner. So his crew chief, James Small, said, I have a plan for that. So they'll make an adjustment, a 4-tire stop. Meanwhile, on the left side, the 88 of Alex Bowman, the leader, brings it down pit road. Jeff, you called it earlier. He's still fighting the same conditions, still a little bit free. They told him to take care of it. They made a wedge adjustment earlier, and they're going to go farther on that this time, Regan.
Joey Logano finds his pit box immediately off of turn 4. The biggest problem with this race car is through the corner in 3 and 4. He has a 4-wheel slide. They've been trying to fix that all night long. No grip. Jamie.
And work continues on the 88. They'll go more. You see it right there, wedge adjustment as well as a 4-tire stop for the 88. See if that'll tighten them up a bit more this time, guys.
Matt Kenseth in, Jimmy Johnson stays out, and Johnson is the new leader from Brad Keselowski and Ryan Preece.
Well, I'm not so sure they got that adjustment in the 88 of Alex Bowman. You saw that pit crew member try to get that wedge wrench into the left rear, but it was, if he did it, it was, boy, maybe a quarter of a turn.
So the top 7 cars have not stopped. Down to Corey LaJoie plus Daniel Suarez have yet to make a stop among the lead lap cars.
And these that have, when you see that leader out there and you're a lap down from pitting under green, you desperately want to get by them before any caution could possibly come out.
Now Johnson is about half a second slower right now than the cars that are on fresh tires.
Well, there's no doubt, Mike, there's grip in those new tires. Here's back, you see, I mean, I'm impressed he got the wrench into the window and made a slight adjustment, but if he got it, he barely got it.
I'm impressed he got it back out before Bowman left.
You could see there was just a slight delay in getting it from his belt to get to the window.
Second stop for Matt Kenseth. He was speeding entering pit road, so he gets a drive-through penalty under green.
When this is what I was talking about, Mike, none of these drivers get to practice coming to pit road. You do that in practice. You take as many opportunities as you can getting to pit road, as we see Jimmy Johnson now going to make his way to pit road. But, so you want to be conservative that first time that you hit pit road to make sure you don't make any mistakes.
Johnson and Keselowski are in scheduled pit stops at lap 163. An adjustment on the right rear. Looked like half a turn there, Regan.
Well, much like so many other cars tonight, Mike, the 48 of Jimmy Johnson is tight in the middle of the corner right now and loose off. That means the car doesn't want to turn in the center as he puts more wheel to the car for the exit of the corner. The rear of it wants to step out. A very tough condition for a driver and a crew chief to manage.
And he took 2 tires, that 48. If you saw, they had an adjustment, but only took right sides.
It was Keselowski that got the adjustment there, as
Jeff,
Ryan Preece is the new leader.
Jeff, that's why Cliff Daniels ran him to the very end of that fuel run right there, because now we're down to only 36 laps to go, just trying to get that track position with those 2 tires.
Yeah, he saw his teammate in Greg Ives be able to pull that off. See the hand out the window for Ryan Preece. He's coming to pit road waving to the 2-car Brad Keselowski. Yeah, they saw that work for Alex Bowman. Now they're going to try to give it a shot to try to win this stage.
So the Berlin, Connecticut driver comes to pit road. That will turn the lead over to his teammate at JTG Doherty Racing, Ricky Stenhouse, in the 47. Stenhouse, LaJoie, and Suarez are the only drivers who have not been to pit road. And Alex Bowman makes Stenhouse's stay in the lead a short one.
And going back to that Jimmy Johnson 2-tire stop, I'll be curious to see where this all shakes out, because he's going to give up a little bit of speed, but to try to get that track position, this is not a play to win the stage. It's just a play to try to gain some track position before the end of this stage, so that when they make that 4-tire stop at the end of this stage, maybe they're, it's a net gain overall.
And Jeff, back to Stenhouse in that 47 car, he's got to come to pit road this time.
So Stenhouse will give up second place. He and Corey LaJoie and Daniel Suarez have to make a stop.
Yes, that would be the same for Corey LaJoie, because I'm basically showing they are on fumes right now.
Stenhouse is in. There's the Ricky Stenhouse stop. Making quick work of 4 tires and fuel. Bowman back to the lead. Truex second, 2 seconds back. Kyle Busch third, just as we were. Now, Bowman had a lead of 0.8 of a second over Truex prior to pit stops. That lead is now 2 full seconds.
Yeah, great job on pit road and getting to pit road for the 88 of Alex Bowman and that Hendrick Chevrolet team led by Greg Ives.
That penalty for Matt Kenseth for speeding, a costly one. He is now, for the first car, 2 laps down in 28th place. We have 21 cars on the lead lap, back to Chris Buescher. Cole Custer is in the free pass position. As we've gone through the first round of green flag pit stops, Alex Bowman ends up extending his lead in the pit stop sequence. Welcome back to the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. 175 laps of 400 are in the books tonight. Closing in on the end of stage 2 of 4. That'll take us to halfway. Alex Bowman putting on a clinic. Before green flag stops, he had an 0.8 of a second lead on Martin Truex. Coming out of the pits, 2 seconds, and now 4.5.
How about this kid? He is really showing up here in 2020. Already has a win out in California. Signed an extension to his contract at Hendrick Motorsports and dominating the 600 right now.
For a driver who entered the season with his future somewhat questionable, it's been a tremendous year so far for the Tucson, Arizona native.
It's been a heck of a journey for him too. You know, you think about the cars that he's driven and the rides that he's had to get this opportunity. It's a pretty cool story.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., who wheeled the 88 for Rick Hendrick, tapped Bowman as his substitute when Earnhardt had to sit out. And then there was some pretty extensive lobbying for Bowman to get this ride full time, and he has performed. Now right behind him, half of the Joe Gibbs fleet, Martin Truex and Kyle Busch, though they're separated by about 3 seconds. They run second and third. And they've both seen success here. Truex, a 2-time 600 winner, and Busch with 2 runner-up finishes this season so far.
Right now, Truex is matching lap times to our leader Bowman. So it really, if things were to happen on a pit stop and those positions change, I think you could easily see Truex be out front, dominating, making it really rough on this guy, Alex Bowman, who's our leader currently.
So topping the list of tonight's USAA biggest movers since that last restart is their teammate at JGR, Eric Jones, up 6 spots.
And Mike, when I go through the lap times, you know, you typically see them drop off about a 1/10 down through the field by each position. Eric Jones is putting lap times very, very competitively back in that 6th spot, so he has a very fast race car.
Jones 10.6 seconds back in 6th.
Also like that groove that Eric Jones is running a little bit higher. We're starting to see that traction compound start to be run in a little bit more, giving some options for these drivers.
Jimmy Johnson 10th. Ricky Stenhouse stayed out to the end of the fuel run, went a lap down when he finally pitted under green.
Yeah, not a huge gain so far for Jimmy Johnson taking those 2 tires, but a couple positions that might pay off at the end of this. If he can maintain that spot right there, that'll be a couple positions that he's gained.
All 4 Hendrick Chevys in the top 10. Jeff, we see a lot of drivers tickle that white line with the left front tire, trying to get the car to do what?
Yeah, so, you know, every track's a little bit different, but most tracks, that white line and that paint has a little bit of grip in it, and it comes up the racetrack. If you can get that left front tire across it, as you saw Alex Bowman do right there, just hooks that left front, helps the car turn a little bit more in that area. Now, of course, if you're loose, that's the last thing you want to touch. Yeah.
Back at 16th place, Eric Almirola didn't get a chance to post his qualifying lap, as on his get up to speed lap he turned around and just grazed the wall with the rear of that car in turn 4. And then on the pace lap, had a freakish thing happen when Denny Hamlin's car dropped some ballast. Almirola tried to miss one of the 2 big chunks and caught the other with the left front. They have made repairs to his splitter on pit stops, and he says it is improved. It got better.
Airflow over that splitter is so critical of how it flows over there. So any bit of a damage, it's nothing that we can actually see, but I got to imagine if you got close up to it, you would see some type of deforming deformation of that splitter that's causing the aerodynamics to not be as good as they need to be. But here's that leader. You saw Christopher Bell getting aggressive to the rear bumper, Almirola. That's because they're trying to stay on this lead lap.
William Byron in 5th. Eric Jones wants the spot.
William Byron, I'm not sure if he's been running that high line or if he saw Eric Jones running it and he started to move up to check that lane out.
If he makes the pass, you'll see it here as we go Fox side by side with 14 laps to go in stage 2 at Charlotte. Ten laps to halfway. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, recognizing those who are starting to help us all move forward again. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Alex Bowman is having his way with Charlotte Motor Speedway. He's been out front for 131 of the 191 laps in his Hendrick Chevy Camaro. Distancing himself from Martin Truex 6.7 seconds back, and Kyle Busch 10 seconds off the lead.
And how about that call by Greg Ives to make that two-tire stop to get Alex Bowman out front, get him that track position, and then the battle that he had to maintain that lead and hold on to it still.
Eight laps left in the stage. Christopher Bell doing a nice job of not going a lap down. Bowman had gotten close.
Don't say it yet, Mike.
Well, no, he's stayed out in front of him for quite a while.
Alex Bowman maybe cutting him a bit of a break there. He had a run on him. Looked like Christopher Bell had a bit of a moment in the middle, 3 and 4.
But Bowman had been close to him before in traffic, and Bell was able to pull away a bit. I guess when you've got a 6-second lead, you can afford to be a little patient. Here's Jamie.
Well, Jeff talked about Martin Truex Jr. having good speed. There's just been little things that are kind of taking away some of his edge. He said he's on the splitter here too much, and it's getting him loose. And he's also been having a hard time with the lapped cars, and that's cost him to lose some ground to the 88.
Going past Ross Chastain is Martin Truex.
Oh, wow. Ross Chastain almost got in the rear bumper. Almost moved the 19 and turned him. I don't think that was Ross Chastain's intentions at all, but boy, it almost did turn him around. Something I'm starting to see, and we saw it out of Eric Jones working that higher lane. I really think that traction compound's starting to come in. And right there, you saw the 19 of Truex try to go by Ross Chastain on the inside, but there's so much grip on the outside. Ross Chastain, boy, we talk about misjudging things by Kyle Busch last Wednesday. Ross Chastain almost misjudged that on one of our leaders. I really think that these guys are going to have to start searching. Look at the 24 coming. Goes by the 9 for 4th place. His teammate Chase Elliott now back to 5th.
Eighth place, here's Austin Dillon. Let's check with Larry for a look at the right combination, sponsored by Subway.
Yeah, let's take a look at Austin Dillon, his crew chief Justin Alexander in that 3 car. This is their 67th race together. In both of Austin's wins, they've come with Justin Alexander making the calls. Their first race together was that 2017 Coke 600. Then they won the 2018 Daytona 500. They were not together last year. They're back together. And the only other 1.5 mile track that we've run this year, they finished 4th out at Las Vegas. Sounds like to me they're working on that Subway right combination.
Thanks, Larry. Regan?
Well, Larry, just to add to that, that race car right now is very good for Austin Dillon. Last pit stop, they asked for no adjustments to that race car, so he's been having a nice run as we see him get very loose right there, racing hard with Ryan Blaney.
Well, we've seen Ryan Blaney is not going to cut you any slack. He's going to be very aggressive getting into turn 3. They almost made contact. We saw some of that earlier.
3 wide there.
3 wide.
With a lapped car outside of Dillon.
Well, you see Blaney gets to the inside, but I'm telling you, this outside groove is coming in. Look at Austin Dillon fight back up in that traction compound, get the run down the back straightaway.
Looking for stage points as pits are closed in this final lap of stage 2 that will bring us to halfway. Jimmy Johnson, after taking on just 2 tires, hanging on to 10th and the final stage point. Alex Bowman brings it around to the green and white checkers to win stage 2 from Martin Truex by 3.6 seconds. Kyle Busch, William Byron, Chase Elliott, Jones, Logano, Dillon, Blaney, and Johnson. The top 10, Alex Bowman, again a stage winner. There's the big screen on the backstretch at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the biggest in the world when it was built. Texas Motor Speedway now has a bigger one, of course. We've ended stage 2, and we've gone to halfway in tonight's Coca-Cola 600. And as the cars come around off turn 4, they'll be led down pit road for what is a fairly new NASCAR tradition. The cars will come to a halt as we pause during our 600 miles of remembrance. After an hour and 8-minute red flag in stage 1, stage 2 went green to checker without a caution. And Alex Bowman, your leader, has been out front now for 142 of the 202 laps. As you watch from our Geico drone, the field come off turn 4. And the pace car will lead them onto pit road single file. And although the stands here at Charlotte Motor Speedway and the infield are empty of fans, and we sure wish you could be here this Memorial Day weekend at the Speedway, and hopefully soon that will happen. We're going to ask all of you watching at home to participate with those who are here at the racetrack in this very solemn and unique part of our race. We'd like to ask everyone to please stand for a moment of remembrance to honor our servicemen and women who made the ultimate sacrifice so we could enjoy our freedoms this Memorial Day weekend. To honor the fallen from our U.S. Armed Forces, please join us in 30 seconds of silent remembrance. A grateful nation thanks you. The engines fire, and the pace car will lead them around to the opening of pit road for service. The freedoms we all enjoy and sometimes take for granted are certainly remembered here this Memorial Day weekend. A disturbing stat for the Alex Bowman fans: the leader at halfway has only won 3 of the last 12 Coca-Cola 600s. Apropos of nothing, right?
I was going to say, my goal was always to change the stats.
Right. Does that go with better to be a rule maker than a rule breaker?
Absolutely.
Sure.
But I think the guy in second place and third place, fourth and fifth, I sure think they'd like to hear that. Wasn't that just that was such a great moment and a tradition that I'm so pleased to be a part of, and that this sport has taken on here for this Memorial Day weekend race.
You see Chris Buescher, 5th in line. He will get the free pass under this caution flag. Oh, what a great tweet from Wood Brothers Racing. When you put it all together, being 23rd in the lap down just isn't all that bad. And pit road is open for the lead lap cars, led by Alex Bowman.
Big advantage for Alex Bowman because of those lap cars between them. Regan?
Well, Kyle Busch continues to need just a little bit of grip with that race car. The front doesn't turn quite as well as he wants as he turns the steering wheel at this moment. The other thing he needs, a bag of ice. We're to that stage of the race where drivers start asking for ice and water. Jamie?
Alex Bowman in the 88, a little free in, and he gets freer as he goes. On that last stop, they didn't get that full adjustment. This time it was tape on the grill, air pressure, and 4 tires.
Bowman out first. Kyle Busch picks up a spot from Truex. And Austin Dillon picks up 2. That's your Ram race off pit road.
We say we dial up Mark Truex Jr. Hey, Mark Truex Jr., Jeff and Mike at Fox Sports Studios. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you, Jeff.
Well, Martin, you've been so dominant at this race. I'm curious what makes you so good. I know you haven't gotten the lead yet here today, but long way to go, just halfway. What do you got to do to get out front and do what you've done a couple of times here in the last few years?
Yeah, we got close there on around the pit stops, and got a little bit of got in the wrong spot with the lap car there. But you know, overall, the Bass Pro Toyota's been pretty close. I feel like we can still get a little bit better. 88's been really strong, but we've been right there, and the long run seems to be good for us. So if we can hang with him a little bit here early on, I think we'll have something later. But just a credit to the guys working hard, and you know, appreciate all them, and appreciate you know, everybody at home letting us, you know, come out and do this. And want to remember, obviously, all the men and women who gave the ultimate sacrifice. That's really what it's all about. So it's a heck of a good night for us, but a lot of people to be thankful to.
Boy, you nailed that. And I'm curious, you're halfway through, you know, 600 miles. You know, physically, how you feeling? This is a long race, long way to go still.
Yeah, I feel great. I can do 400 more if I needed to. So it's a little easier when your car's driving decent. But for some reason, the tire they brought here, this track, I think it's bumpier than ever, and it's really been a handful. So luckily, our car's driving pretty decent, but ready to go another 200 and see if we can go to victory lane.
All right, thanks for talking to us. Good luck the rest of the way.
Martin Truex racing to remember. Tech Sergeant John A. Chapman of the U.S. Air Force, who liked driving his GTO around Windsor Locks, Connecticut, his hometown, lost in Afghanistan. Getting ready for the restart, Bowman and Truex up front. Kyle Busch too fast exiting on pit road. He will restart at the back, and so will Chase Elliott. They had trouble removing a spring rubber on the right rear, so he had to come back in for them to complete that service, making a second stop.
Wow. It's pretty big. I mean, still a long way to go, but we've seen how important track position is. But
we're going to listen to Martin Truex's radio as they come through the Geico restart zone and get us back underway for stage 3.
All rolling good. 2 by 2 by 2 here. Still down there. Still there. Still there. He's being pushed on the inside. Here comes the 20 to push here. Still inside. Still down there. Come on, keep your momentum up right here. Should be clear on exit. All clear, bud. All clear. All right, let's go get him.
Alex Bowman out front. William Byron's car almost got away from him going into turn 3.
Yeah, well, we saw where a big push came from Alex Bowman's teammate William Byron to give him that lead. And then Eric Jones made a really nice move to get to the outside. Oh, here's 3 wide. Jimmy Johnson go to the inside of Logano. And these restarts are just wild. Those spots mean so much. You got to fight hard for them. Put yourself in positions you're not really comfortable with, but you have to do it.
You saw what a big cut that was top to bottom by Jimmy Johnson. This track has a ton of grip.
Yeah, these race cars have a ton of grip. When they get side by side, they stall out, so it creates that moment. Oh, Jimmy Johnson threads the needle up in front of Keselowski. Keselowski goes to the inside. Jimmy able to use that traction compound to get back by the 2 of Keselowski, but here comes Kurt Busch and the 1 to the inside.
Kurt Busch in 9th after leading early in this race, 54 laps. Trying to get back in play here.
Mike, we're under the lights. Grip is high, track temps down, and after a pit stop, you see a lot of sparks from underneath these cars. Those tire pressures are a little bit lower because they build up as temperature and heat builds up those tires. They need to build that air pressure up, so the teams start them low. That lowers these cars down. They compress into the racetrack. That's when you see them hit the racetrack and sparks fly.
Yeah, Jeff, I think they're prone to even continue to lower the left side air pressures down to maybe about 16 or 17 PSI. The more you can open up the differential between the left side and the right side, it helps that car to rotate and turn through the middle.
Yeah, and here's that battle up front. Alex Bowman again leading Martin Truex Jr. We heard Martin Truex Jr. talk about the tire, the sidewall, and the stiffness, maybe creating some of that feeling that they're getting of the cars being rough. So maybe some of these teams are thinking about air pressure as an adjustment also to get some of the rigidness out of these race cars on these runs.
As Truex looks to the outside for the lead, Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch have had no luck at all getting through traffic. They are still mired back in 17th and 18th.
Yeah, you got to be so patient. You have a car where you're up front. You know how good your car is. You know what the balance is like, the grip is like, because you have cleaner air. Once you get shoved back to the back like this, I would imagine they go into the first corner and about lose control as we see things heating up front. Truex getting a run on Alex Bowman into turn 3 there, but not able to complete the pass or get side by side, but almost.
It's about to be a 3-car battle. William Byron is closing.
And William Byron found something right before the end of that stage. He started really making up some lap times. He was battling with Eric Jones. I think Eric Jones was trying that outside lane. Now Byron's able to get himself in a position to find some speed.
All 3 Penske cars in the top 10 now.
And you see Truex just flirting with that traction compound. I think the grip is really coming in higher up. Alex Bowman might have to start looking in his mirror, moving around a little bit, trying some new things. There's Eric Jones. Another car's got a lot of speed. Look at him, all 4 tires above that traction compound.
Mike, Jeff, you talk about the track temp. It's about 25 degrees cooler than when this race started. When you get to this time of the night, the track temp and the ambient, they're about the same. We're about 70 to 72 degrees ambient as well as track.
Yeah, I could see where, had that sun been out when this race started, that change in temperature would have been even more severe. 25, 30 degrees, still a lot, but we've seen it change 40, 50 degrees at times.
Time for our maximum performance, presented by Blue Emu. Moving up, Chase Elliott. And we had Eric Jones, who rebounded from that penalty. Coming back up into the top 5, Jones. That's a maximum performance.
This is not for position here. Kyle Busch goes to the inside of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Stenhouse back in 22nd, 1 lap down.
And back up front.
Throw a blanket over these 3.
Yeah, 1 leader, 2 stalkers. About to be 3.
See Alex Bowman down the bottom, William Byron down the bottom. But the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. is trying to get a little clean air to the nose, and see how he makes that gain down the straightaway when he does that. A little bit of a bobble by Alex Bowman. This might get a run to the 19 car down the back straightaway.
William Byron, though, in 3rd, was the fastest car on the track that last lap. The only car under 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think he's catching a bit of a draft off these 2. This thing's getting ready to heat up front. Truex has said, I've been riding long enough behind you, Alex. I'm ready to get to the lead. I know how good that clean air is. Like all good race car drivers do, Alex Bowman moves to the top. Martin Truex Jr. says, I'm going to the bottom. A lot of times also, Mike, what happens here is early stages of the run, as that air pressure is building up, your balance might not be exactly where you want it. You want to be good on a longer run, not necessarily on that shorter run. Looks like to me Alex Bowman either still needs some adjustments, that car's a little bit loose, or as those pressures build up, the balance is going to get better for him. But right now, Martin Truex Jr. trying to take advantage of that. He sees that. He sees those moments and those bobbles that's happening with the 88, and he's just trying to pounce all over Alex Bowman.
And they've now put some distance on William Byron.
Now right here is an opportunity for Martin Truex Jr. There he goes. You saw they stalled out side by side. Takes the lead for Martin Truex Jr.
That lap car of Joey Gase, Truex was able to use it as a pick.
Well, not only was it bad timing for where Alex Bowman came to the lap car of Joey Gase, but Martin Truex Jr. was working that higher line, so he automatically had more momentum as those 2 cars stalled out. Made that look pretty easy. And here's a move 3 wide. Eric Jones gets the outside of the 24 Byron, but they're coming up on a lap car. Wow, that was close. Garrett Smithley.
Martin Truex, only the 7th different leader tonight, and the only driver in the top half dozen past 30 years of age.
Normally you'd think in a 600-mile race, it's a veteran driver's race, but tonight it's been a young man's race until now.
So Martin Truex Jr. at age 39 is your new leader. The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans.
Hi everyone, I'm Rear Admiral Alan Reyes, Chief Operating Officer of the USO. On this Memorial Day weekend, we remember and honor all who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. And on behalf of the USO, I'd like to thank all of our service members and their families around the world. You are our frontline heroes, defending our nation and supporting us all in this fight against COVID-19. From our USO family to yours, thank you.
232 laps complete. Martin Truex, the leader. Our Fox 600 Miles of Remembrance continues. Across the bottom of your screen, we list all of the U.S. servicemen and women who have died in action within the past year, and ask you to remember. Truex's Toyota has a 1.5 second lead on Alex Bowman. And we're told that the 17th place car of Ryan Newman has a battery issue that they're dealing with. He's still on the lead lap, first of 20 lead lap cars.
A lot of times a battery issue is usually led by an alternator issue that's draining the battery down, but the only fix in race is to get a new battery in there if it goes all the way down.
Eric Jones now third behind Truex and Bowman. Slowly but surely working his way to the front. Jamie.
He is. What a great night for the 20 team. They started 14th and have been running in the top 5. I've been hearing many drivers talk about the 20 and what line he's driving, asking spotters to say where Jones is running. And by the way, guys, looking at the stats, he finished in the top 10 and the top 5 at both races at Darlington. I think this no practice thing is working out for him.
Absolutely. Behind him, William Byron, another 0.6 of a second back.
Somebody else that's been making some good moves here. Also behind William Byron is the 12 of Ryan Blaney. He's up to 5th place.
And Newman is in.
Right sides go on. We'll have to see if they decide to take out the battery and change it at this time. Looks like they're going to that left rear, which is where that battery box would be. Yeah, there they go. So this will be an extended stay pit road until they can get that fixed, get that left rear back on.
Yeah, that battery is right in front of the left rear tire. It's right above those lead rails where we showed earlier where Denny Hamlin's ballast came out of his car.
Back on track at 6th place. This is Austin Dillon, who said he was having a pretty good run after this most recent caution flag. Dillon said his car was just a little bit too tight, meaning it wants to go straight at the corner instead of turn. And here's Joey Logano for Team Penske. The Penske Fords 5th, 7th, and 9th right now.
See, Joey got a big run off of the corner and was able to draft up to the back bumper of Austin Dillon. Here's the 9, Chase Elliott.
Back to 14th after restarting tail end, making 2 pit stops on the caution flag at stage end, lap 200. Then it's Christopher Bell and then Kyle Busch, who had a speeding penalty. And neither he nor Elliott have been able to work their way back anywhere close to the top 5, but we still have a long way to go. 160 laps here in Charlotte left to run.
Total team effort, Mike. It's going to happen on pit road. It's going to be happening on these restarts. And then that balance of that race car, what communication you get back to the team, that's what's going to allow you to do it over these long green flag runs. Just, 1 or 2, 3, 4 spots at a time until you get up into the top 5.
Regan?
Oh, interesting conversation with Joey Logano this week, Mike. I asked him about cardio and fitness for this race. He said he was actually more concerned about mobility in the race car. Worried about maybe his knees locking up or his shoulders getting sore, things like that. So he focused very heavily on that this week. I thought that was unique, especially when you consider the stage of the race that we're in right now. This is when certain body parts can start hurting if you're not comfortable.
Don't have a lot of room to move around in that car.
No, I mean, from a safety standpoint, you want to be as tight and snug as you possibly can be in that seat with those seat belts. Not a lot of movement in your body, and you can see how he's working his arm. So your arm, your shoulder gets a lot of workout. Of course, they're holding it wide open for the most part, but even by doing that, you might start to cramp up in your calf muscle, and some of those knees and things that Regan was talking about will start to lock up in this long race.
Except for the stage-ending cautions, the last caution for cause we had was back at lap 97 for Clint Boyer, and it's been reported that Boyer broke a lower control arm in the front suspension that sent him into the wall. Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Ford. Built Ford proud.
Combat Team, 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. On behalf of all paratroopers in the United States Army serving worldwide this Memorial Day weekend, we respectfully ask that you honor and remember those who have given the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you, America.
$151 laps to go on Stock Car Racing's longest night. The Coca-Cola 600, which already has had a 1 hour and 8 minute rain delay. Martin Truex Jr. out in front by 2.4 seconds. Tonight's On a Mission, sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union. Truex has been the lap leader. Led the most laps in 4 of the last 5 Coca-Cola 600s. Winning 2. Eric Jones, 2.7 seconds back, is the new second place car. Remembering Army Private First Class Leslie Jackson from Richmond, Virginia. Her military vehicle hit an IED as she was returning to camp in Baghdad in 2004. She was 18 years old. Alex Bowman has dropped to 3rd, 5 seconds back. What's up with the 88, Jamie?
Yeah, Mike, after leading 163 laps, now he's gotten a little bit loose, but even bigger, he developed a vibration about 7 laps ago. They're ready on the wall. Pit crew is ready if he needs it, but they know they're going to pit here momentarily, so they're trying to hang on.
Kurt Busch on pit road.
Yeah, Mike, this would be splitting this stage in half just like before, but right now Martin Truex Jr., based on his lap times, he can go another 10 laps if he needed to on fuel, as you see Ryan Blaney in the 12. I think we'll see a lot of drivers just splitting this stage in half as they did stage 2.
See Christopher Bell coming down pit road. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you know it's going to go green, this is probably the best way, as we see some cars locking up. Alex Bowman, William Byron coming to pit road. But at the same time, you get yourself vulnerable because you're going to go a lap down for a little while until some of those leaders finally come in.
But this is not like Darlington last week, where new tires were worth about 2.5 seconds over old tires. The difference here is, what, Larry, about half a second on new tires a lap over worn tires?
It's probably more like about 3/4 of a second. Okay. Here we have Martin Truex Jr. He's decided to come. He didn't want to give up all that time, Mike. You see Eric Jones right behind him in the 20.
And Joey Logano all coming to pit road at lap 254. Jamie.
The 19 made his way in. Alex Bowman, it was a good stop for him. As Truex slides to a stop, it'll be a 4-tire stop here. All he needed was that clean air. He's had the speed tonight. He didn't want anybody in his way. You saw that wedge and track bar adjustments right there as well.
Jimmy Johnson, Chris Buescher among those in for service. With now 45 to go in stage 3 of 4.
You see, as the temperatures are coming down, you're starting to see some of these pit crews put some tape on the nose, get a little more front downforce. Ooh, Ross Chastain comes right across the rear bumper, the 4 of Kevin Harvick, as he comes into his pit stall. Adjustment there in the right side window for Kevin Harvick.
Jamie?
Chase Elliott was so good early on, Mike, but he's just had issues. He said he was on a knife's edge when he got around other cars earlier. That's why they made those big adjustments to the car. And then he was stuck in traffic and couldn't go anywhere.
Alan Gustafson crew makes quick work for the number 9. Brad Keselowski's your new leader.
Any surprise there, Mike? Anytime we have green flag stops, it seems like it always gets to the 2 car of Brad Keselowski staying out as one of the longest runs.
Keselowski, Tyler Reddick, and Kyle Busch have not stopped. Neither has Matt DiBenedetto, Ricky Stenhouse, Ryan Preece among the lead lap cars.
Here we'll see the difference, fresh tires versus older tires. Like you said, Mike, it's not a huge difference, but it is a difference. There's definitely some speed there.
Yeah, right now, if they could catch a caution, we only have 4 drivers on the lead lap: Keselowski, Reddick, Kyle Busch, and Martin Truex Jr.
I think this is Reddick heading for pit road. It is. So if the caution were to come out, everybody who just stopped for tires would wait and take the wave around to be back on the lead lap. But there are still 5 lead lap cars out on track, led by Keselowski and Kyle Busch, 5 seconds back. And here comes Kyle.
And I couldn't tell, but it looked like maybe that was right sides on Reddick Regan.
Well, Kyle Busch reminded as he comes to pit road that a number of cars have been locking him up and getting caught for possibly being a little too fast on entry right there. Finds his pit box. This race car has been good. He just needs his track position back that they lost from that speeding penalty a little while ago.
Kyle will get 4. That will leave Keselowski and DiBenedetto, Stenhouse, and Preece teammates.
And Mike, based on Brad Keselowski and his lap times right now, he can run 2 more laps on fuel by my calculations.
Well, Larry, you were spot on last time, right to the lap of how far they could go. Before pit stops, Martin Truex had a 3.3 second lead on Eric Jones, and it looks like Jones is going to take about 3/10 of that back once we cycle through here.
Yeah, we've seen where Truex and Jones have gotten themselves by the leader, back on the lead lap. I think Bowman is now also able to pass our current leader, Keselowski. Jamie?
Well, Jeff, I reported that the 88 said he had a vibration. These are the tires that just came off. This is the right rear. Look at the cords, very visible right here. Goodyear official looking over, seeing what happened. That's on the outside of the right rear.
Well, we've seen that car be pretty loose as Keselowski now finally on pit road making his stop. We've seen that car loose, and that's going to use that right rear tire up a lot more.
Regan?
Brad Keselowski, that race car right now, free into the corners. It steps out with the back and then gets tight off of the corner, so they make an adjustment for that. Otherwise, a lot of detailed information from the spotter, Coleman Presley, about how guys are completing passes on the racetrack.
So now everyone has stopped except Matt DiBenedetto and the JTG Doherty cars, Stenhouse and Preece. Truex cycles back to the lead, and Eric Jones has taken a second of that lead away. It's now 2.3.
Oh, big moment. We saw a big wiggle by Mark Truex Jr. going into turn 3 right there. He's going to lose some more time to his teammate Eric Jones. Was able to keep it out of the wall, but guarantee that got his attention.
Cost him about half a second of that lead. Here's a look.
He's coming up on Newman. Goes in high. And you can see right there, I mean, from that angle, just looks like a little moment, but when you're the leader and you have to go up the racetrack like that at 180 miles per hour, I guarantee from inside the car, it was a huge moment.
Those little moments is the reason I'm glad I was always sitting on that pit box.
160 laps, the last 160 laps, caution-free at Charlotte. Martin Truex, your leader. The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by McDonald's. We're still here to take your order. And by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. 130 laps to go. Here's our Credible.com race recap. On the pace lap, Denny Hamlin dropping a bunch of ballast. Eric Almirola hit a piece of that tungsten before it got picked up. Hamlin a lot of laps down. Jimmy Johnson, big wiggle, climbed up the hill. He's recovered, currently 8th. And we raced to the rain at lap 48, a 1 hour, 8-minute red flag. Kurt Busch had led every lap up to that point. A lower control arm in the front suspension broke on Clint Bowyer's car. Very hard hit into the wall. First car out of the race. Alex Bowman, the winner of stage 1 and stage 2. And at the halfway break, all cars came down to pit road, shut engines off in a minute of silent remembrance of our nation's fallen warriors. Martin Truex Jr. took the lead from Alex Bowman. And that's where we stand at lap 273. As Bowman has just retaken second from Eric Jones. And that's your Credible.com race recap. We have 18 drivers on the lead lap. Back to John Nemechek. Cole Custer still in the free pass position, a lap down, along with Matt DiBenedetto. From Michael McDowell on back, -2 laps or more. Out of race, J.J. Yaley, Bubba Wallace, Clint Bowyer. Kurt Busch in 12th.
This battle continues right here for second place with Bowman and Jones. A lot of smoke on the track there.
And caution is out. Car in the wall.
At Kenseth.
Kenseth running 25th, 2 laps down. Brings out the race's 6th caution flag at lap 275.
Looks like that car came around, got the rear bumper, then went up and got the front. We'll have to see what the replay shows. Certainly that damage is pointing towards that. Right front tire is down. Off in the distance, you can see that car sliding sideways. I really think that might have been just the car getting loose. Comes around, then he does that big slide, locks up the tires, probably is what cut that right front tire down.
Matt was unable to overcome that speeding penalty earlier in the race. And Matt DiBenedetto had just gone a lap down prior to the moment of caution, so he will be the free pass.
You know, Mike, Jeff, I smell some 2 tire stops coming here,
Larry,
because we hadn't quite run 15, 20 laps, and we go back racing. It's only 20 into the end of stage 3. Track's getting cooler, gaining grip. I would say we'll see a mixed bag, but I'd say definitely some 2 tire stops.
This is what these crew chiefs have been waiting for, this opportunity. Now what do you do if you're one of those leaders? Do you gamble and do it also because you know others are going to do that?
Only 24 laps to go to the end of stage 3. Then 100 laps to finish it off. Pit road's open. Here come the leaders. Regan.
Ryan Blaney continues his steady progression forward as the night has gone on. That race car right now, a little bit of trouble over the bumps into turn 3. He hits them, it bounces loose, and right tires for track position for Blaney. Jamie?
Martin Truex Jr. now has led 47 laps. He said the car was pretty good that run. He liked it. They wanted to put some new tires on here, but he said he got a little bit free, but overall happy.
A lot of 2 tires.
Yep. Truex wins the race off pit road. Blaney +2, Jimmy Johnson +2, Kurt Busch +3.
You can see there Eric Jones, who's the first to take 4, -6.
Nothing the pit crew did wrong. They just took 2 more tires than everybody up ahead of them. That sets us up for a sprint to the end of stage 3. Welcome back to the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. Finishing up a caution from Matt Kenseth into the wall. We'll check on our Coca-Cola family of drivers, see how they're faring. Joey Logano's the new leader. We'll explain in a moment. Austin Dillon 12th. Ryan Newman's had battery issues. Daniel Suarez 29th. Denny Hamlin went laps down, replacing that ballast he lost on the pace lap, and Bubba Wallace broke a hub and is out of the race. So if you think 2 tires were a gamble, 3 drivers did not pit at all. Joey Logano, our new leader, who was 6th at the time of the caution. Kevin Harvick was 9th, now 2nd, and Chase Elliott was 10th, now 3rd. How about them apples, Larry Mack?
Yeah, and Brad Keselowski, he was the last one to pit realistically under green a while ago, Mike, so he only had 12 laps on his tires. Now Chase and Kevin, when that caution came out, the 9 and the 4, they had 19 laps, but we've seen it all night long. And I think, Jeff and Mike, the deeper we go into the race and the track gaining grip, this doesn't become as much of a gamble, but we're just seeing track position is king.
It'll be less than 20 laps to the end of stage 3. As we get ready for the restart, double file, Logano electing the outside lane, as is the leader's choice. There's a Geico drone cam following along as we get ready to restart.
But I do love how this plays out, right? Because you're trying to think about what to do. If you're one of those leaders, you say, all right, we're going to take 2 tires. We'll outfox them or outthink them. And then they say, well, I'll see your 2 tires and I'll do none.
Right. Logano, Harvick, row 1. Elliott, Truex, row 2. Blaney, Bowman. Byron, Johnson. Kurt Busch and Keselowski, the top 10. 19 lead lap cars, back to Matt DiBenedetto, who got the free pass, leaving Cole Custer and Michael McDowell the only cars 1 lap down. We're going to listen to Joey Logano's spotter on this restart.
10 from the mark.
TJ Majors.
Watch the 19, just keep him with you there. 4 is there, a detail run at bottom. Watch the middle here, slow that 4 down on extra here if you can. Watch that 19 as well. 19's pushing you here, he's not going to the 3rd lane. Keep coming there. 9 about wrecked, everybody. Just the 4 on the inside. 19 is going to come push you to the lead here. Here he comes. You are clear. He's not clear. He's not clear. He's almost clear. He's clear in your mirror. He's going to run a lane higher than you if you go. Yep, all good. 3 back on the line. Good work. 3 on the line still. He's clear by 4 already.
And that's how you drive away with the lead. But look at this log jam. Reddick and Busch.
They were almost 4 wide. We saw Chase Elliott have some issues. They decide to stay out. That's when it gets so frustrating for a crew chief. You give your driver clean air and then it doesn't work out because the grip's just not there, and he got shuffled back early.
So the drivers who did not stop are now 1st, 6th, and 15th.
And unfortunately, the further you get shuffled back, the tougher things get aerodynamically. And then those with new tires get very aggressive with you because they've just got the extra grip.
Well, staying out was a great move if you're the leader.
Yeah, well, and that's what we've seen. That's what worked out for Alex Bowman earlier, and that's what's working out for Joey Logano right now.
Three wide. They just went either side and sandwiched Harvick.
Well, now, first we saw Chase Elliott. Now we see Kevin Harvick, where he's getting eaten up by these fresher tires. It's just all about that clean air, Mike. When you have the clean air, you can hold on. You see the 4 car of Kevin Harvick come up off the bottom. One to the inside of William Byron, one to the outside of Keselowski. Here comes Christopher Bell also going by. And more cars now. He's really struggling. Kurt Busch goes by. Here comes Almirola, his teammate.
So Chase Elliott, who was 10th before he stayed out, is now 17th. And Harvick, who was 9th before he stayed out, is now 14th.
Yeah, these guys are just sitting ducks. Nothing they can do but hold on and wait for the end of this stage. Try to keep that car in one piece. Don't make any decisions that are going to wreck your race car or damage that race car.
And that's another 14 laps from now. Truex second, Bowman third, Jimmy Johnson up in the top 5 with Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, 2-tire stop by Cliff Daniels for Jimmy Johnson to move him in the top 5.
And Eric Jones has had a little bit of contact. Watch the orange car on the right of your screen.
Remember, he was the first car with 4 tires off pit road, gets to the outside of it.
Ooh.
Christopher Bell, they make a little bit of contact.
Second place, side by side. Bowman going after Truex.
Has that preferred inside lane and to make the pass. You know, Bowman had that issue with the right rear tire, but every time they put fresher tires, they had 4, now 2. He's shown a lot of speed, and Truex maybe having some issues, not liking the balance of his car on these right side tires.
Well, Bowman, even when his car wasn't great tonight, has been very, very good.
Blaney goes to 3rd by Truex.
I think this is the highest Ryan Blaney has been all night. Jamie, anything wrong with the 19?
Nothing's wrong, Mike. It's just the first time they've tried this right side tire experiment. It's not working out. He said, I am so loose, I'm sideways as the 48 goes to the inside.
Jimmy Johnson taking over 4th place.
And I think, that move might work like it did for Alex Bowman. If you know you're out front, you get in that clean air, it can fix some of those issues that Truex, even though he's loose in traffic. He might not have been as loose if he had been out in that clean air. So, if they're going to do this again, now they know they're going to have to make a big adjustment to that race car. There's a battle for 7th place. Kyle Busch going by William Byron.
Busch overcoming a speeding penalty back at lap 200. The end of stage 2. Joey Logano out front by, not very much on Alex Bowman right now. Finished 2nd in this race last year to Martin Truex.
I love by not much.
Yeah.
Look at that close down. And we talked earlier about Chip Ganassi getting a birthday present by Kurt Busch winning the pole. Somebody else's birthday's today, Mike.
Yeah, Joey Logano is, how do I say this politely? Half Chip's age. Turns 30 today. That's okay. You're only as old as you feel. Eighth place, Eric Jones. Not sure how much that contact with Christopher Bell hurt Jones as he's still trying to drive this thing forward.
It definitely took the Goodyear off the sidewall of that left front tire. I don't see a lot of body damage. Slides up, makes that pass happen.
Austin Dillon, former winner here, trying to follow him through. 7 laps to go in stage 3. 6th place on your left.
Remember, Kyle Busch took 4 tires on that last time down pit road. Ooh, aggressive side draft of Brad Keselowski coming down the front straightaway. Brad not giving it up though. Look at him try to get back to the right rear. Not going to make it happen though. Kyle pushes the issue, slides up in front of him.
Did you see
brings along Eric Jones with him?
Did you see the last lap of that Xfinity race in Darlington? Kyle Busch gave Chase Briscoe all he could handle. Just about used up that car in turn 1 and 2, but Briscoe prevailed.
See, I was going to say I thought Chase Briscoe gave Kyle Busch all he could handle.
Well, that too.
It was a heck of a finish.
Great finish in the Xfinity Series, and they will be here as Summer Speed Week rolls on at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Xfinity tomorrow night, the trucks on Tuesday, and then we're back here Wednesday night with a 500-kilometer race on this 1.5-mile super speedway.
We saw Alex Bowman close up to the rear bumper of Joey Logano, but then the next corner, Joey Logano actually was able to extend that lead out. Now, Alex Bowman regrouping here with just 4 laps to go. 3.5.
Bowman trying to sweep the stages as we watch the 7th place battle. Eric Jones still moving forward. Logano the leader. The other 2 drivers that stayed out, they are the last 2 cars on the lead lap. Chase Elliott and Kevin Harvick.
Well, if you're going to get 2 tires against others 4, you better be sure you're the first one off pit road. And then if you're going to stay out, you better make sure you're the first one that stays out.
Now watch Alex Bowman here. Gets the lefts in the paint, and wow.
Wow. Now I know why the 22 Logano was able to extend that lead back out. That was a huge slide by the 88 of Alex Bowman. Great save.
Pits are closed with 2 laps to go in stage 3. That's that blinking red light you see.
That's when that dirt track experience comes in handy for Alex Bowman.
Very much so.
Ryan Blaney now closing in. You know, the problem with the slide like that, luckily there's only a couple laps to go here. It heats up that right rear tire and causes that loose condition to possibly get worse.
Bowman restarted 5th, Blaney 6th, Johnson 7th. They're now running 2, 3, 4 behind Joey Logano. Final lap of stage 3. Sixth place. And Connecticut's Joey Logano, with 2 checkered flags in his pocket already this season, is the stage 3 winner. Happy birthday, Joey. Getting his first stage win of the 2020 season. After victories at Las Vegas and Phoenix, Joey Logano's out front again. Joey Logano excited about being the first driver other than Alex Bowman to win a stage tonight. Welcome back to the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. 3 stages in the books, 1 to go. Logano, Bowman, Blaney will lead them onto pit road. Regan?
They told Joey Logano to stay out under that last caution if he could get the lead. He did. It worked out well. Right now that race car in clean air is just a little bit too free. He wants a small adjustment to help that, as well as some tape on the nose. The tape on the nose will give it a little more front down force. Jamie?
And the 88 of Alex Bowman said he just got too loose there with 2 tires. They're going to make a wedge adjustment. They'll take wedge out of the right rear to help tighten them up a bit. 4 tires for the 88.
Matt DiBenedetto with just 2 tires wins the race off pit road, and a huge gain of 13 positions, while Ryan Blaney's stop cost him 5 positions.
So we dial up the birthday boy. Joey Logano, birthday boy. Congratulations on that stage win. You got us? Well, we've seen where some gutsy moves on pit road or staying out, as you and Paul Wolf did right there, can really pay off. Congratulations. Hard to believe that's your first stage win of 2020 after you've already won a couple races, but nice job also getting off pit road. What do you think for the rest of this race here?
The intensity level's picking up quite a bit, and yeah, great call by Paul there to leave us out. When in doubt, stay out. It worked out, and got a stage win, which is great for our Shell Pennzoil Mustang, and it's nice to see it up here in the Coke 600. Hopefully we can maintain this track position up here, and hopefully re-grab the lead, and being here is a big deal.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you next. I mean, you've been mired back there. You've got a good race car, obviously. But, you know, what was the biggest difference? I mean, what do you have to do to try to get that track position if you're not out front?
Well, I think you're about to see on a lot of these restarts and strategy calls, you're going to see a lot of different things happening here, I think, as this race goes and its final 100 laps here. So it's game time now, so I think you're going to see some big moves on these starts.
Well, you're one of the best, most exciting one out there on those restarts. Thanks for talking to us. Take care.
Yeah, have a good one.
Joey Logano sounds like he's ready to go 600 more.
Yeah.
100 laps to go in Charlotte in the Coca-Cola 600. The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola, premier partner of the NASCAR Cup Series, and by Toyota. Here's your Progressive race summary. After 306 laps, Matt DiBenedetto is your race leader, the first of 20 lead lap cars. We've had 10 different leaders, 12 lead changes, and 6 cautions for 42 laps, plus an hour and 8-minute red flag. Alex Bowman won the first 2 stages, and Joey Logano the most recent one. We're past mile marker 450 on our 600 miles of remembrance.
Now that's what I'm talking about, Mike. We're starting to get to where the action ramps up, and you heard Joey Logano say the intensity's getting there. You get inside that last 150 miles, it is on.
Matt DiBenedetto in a backup car for the Wood brothers took 2 tires. Everybody else on the lead lap took 4. Let's see how this plays out. We'll listen to Matt DiBenedetto and his spotter, Doug Campbell.
19 in line, half up, he's pushing, half up, keep him with you, half up. He's in line now. He's in line. He's in line. He's pushing. He's help off him. He's pushing. Bottom is not attached. Here comes the help from the 19. Protect your right side. 19's got to push. 19's pushing. Quarter bumper. You're clear. 19's not. Outside. Outside tight. Still out there. Still out there. Still out there. Back corner behind. Still there. Got to hold 10/3 to the 48.
Wow, Joey Logano slid up into Ryan Blaney, and it was almost
this
a
is
pig
not
pile.
over yet. You've got Kurt Busch now stuck in the middle. Yeah, Joey Logano had a huge moment there. How he saved that, but this battle up front. Great job by Mark Truex Jr. pushing Matt DiBenedetto to the lead and then jumping to the outside of him going into turn 3. Here comes Jimmy Johnson into this battle. How about this? Matt DiBenedetto fighting back with those 2 tires to keep the lead on Mark Truex Jr.
4-car breakaway. DiBenedetto, Truex, Johnson, and Bowman.
You can tell, I mean, these guys on fresher tires. Truex definitely has more speed than Matt DiBenedetto does. Matt DiBenedetto's just fighting hard with that clean air.
That's it, Jeff. Which would you rather have, 2 tires and clean air or 4 tires?
I want clean air.
Right.
Any way I can get it. So far tonight, we've seen 2 tires, no tires, and 4 tires prevail up front as long as they had that clean air. I am so impressed with Matt DiBenedetto right now.
In a backup car.
Backup car, got into the wall in his qualifying lap. Had to bring out that backup car. Great job by the team getting it prepared. They've been fighting for track position all day. Saw a little bit of smoke right there on the 24 car William Byron. They've been fighting for track position starting in the rear with that backup car. And now they've got it, and he's got the lead.
Let's go back to that big slide by Joey Logano as the lead may change hands here on the left of your screen.
Yeah, Truex has position now on the bottom, but yeah, you see that huge moment. I mean, there were so many moments in that situation for Joey Logano that he could have easily wrecked. He almost got up into the 12 car Ryan Blaney. Just a fantastic job keeping that car in one piece. As we see, Mark Truex Jr. was able to complete that pass as Jimmy Johnson goes to the inside of Matt DiBenedetto, easier for me to say, for second place.
Jimmy Johnson to second place. Kurt Busch has pitted with what he believes is a loose right rear wheel.
Boy,
tough break for the pole sitter.
Yeah, pole sitter and a guy that led, what, 50-something laps at the beginning of this race, setting sail, and he lost that track position. It's just not been the same for him. I don't know if it's just the pace is picked up here, Mike, but I'm seeing more tire rubs. Maybe it's more aggressiveness on the restarts. They get 3 wide, they start hitting one another and pushing those fenders in on the tire, causing some more tire rubs. How
about Matt DiBenedetto? 2 tires, hanging tough in third. Great strategy call to get him up front, to get track position, and put him up among the contenders here. He's never finished better than 30th in the 600, but that's all behind him now.
Yeah, I get a little bit concerned, you know, once you lose that clean air, what those tires are going to do. But so far, that looks like the balance is pretty good for this 21 car on those 2 tires.
Fourth place going to change hands. 2 of the Hendrick teammates. Bowman back in front of Byron. "85 laps left to race in Charlotte." Martin Truex holding on to a slender lead over Jimmy Johnson. Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. Fox coverage of the Coca-Cola 600. 78 laps to go. Time for tonight's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Mike, the crew chief for Jimmy Johnson, Cliff Daniels, is determined to give him every opportunity to win in his final season. And tonight he's given him a fast race car, put him in position for Jimmy Johnson to go for his 5th 600 in his final season.
Jeff Martin Truex Jr. has been fast every race this year, but he has yet to finish in the top 5. He's won 2 of the last 4 Coca-Cola 600s. He's going to cast that line and get another big one.
Well, Matt DiBenedetto has never finished better than 30th in the Coke 600. He just led his first laps here. He's still in the top 5. He's a CrossFit athlete, and he's with the best team he's ever been with. My eye is on Matt DiBenedetto.
Number 88 has gone to victory lane 3 times in the Coca-Cola 600. Twice with Darrell Waltrip, once with Dale Jarrett. Tonight, it's Alex Bowman's turn. And those are your Credit One Bank ones to watch. 6th place.
See William Byron taking advantage of that lap car. I think that might have been Timmy Hill in that outside lane. Joey Logano having to check up. See Chase Elliott working his way back to the front after having some issues.
Well, he's back in the top 10. Jeff now in 9th place behind Eric Jones. Blaney in 10th, Kyle Busch 11th. 75 to go and at least one stop. Remember DiBenedetto with just 2 fresh tires on that pit stop, and now starting to fade a bit.
Yeah, I mean, once you lose that clean air, it's just so hard to make those 2 tires work. I thought Matt did an excellent job of the first 4 or 5 laps, really fighting hard for that clean air. And I thought he might be able to pull it off, but now we see as he's lost some positions starting to fade. Here's a battle for 11th place. Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon.
Decent night for RCR. Richard Childress Racing with Austin Dillon 12th and Tyler Reddick, the rookie, 14th. Here's your Xfinity fastest last lap. Alex Bowman, Jimmy Johnson. Bit quicker than Martin Truex there.
Boy, not much though. You can almost throw a blanket over them. At half a mile per hour, really difference between Alex Bowman and William Byron.
300 cars in the Fast 5. Now Brad Keselowski's on that list in 4th place. Regan?
Well, interesting conversation on Brad's radio just now. He radioed to crew chief Jeremy Bones and said I could really stand to do an auto trader on this next pit stop. I had no clue what he was talking about. Jeremy Bones came back on the radio and said, I think because we have track position, we might not want to do that. Larry Mack, I believe these guys are already thinking ahead to possibly trying different tricks when it comes down to this last pit stop in just a minute.
Yeah, Regan, the only thing I would say, if we stay green, they'll probably split this stage in half, and I just don't see where you can pull any strategy trying to run 45 to 50 laps twice, but do anything but put 4 tires. But now, if we have that late race caution, that's a whole nother story.
See Chase Elliott goes by Joey Logano, almost was able to get side by side with Matt DiBenedetto. 9 car looks pretty happy on this run. Car looks strong.
Matt DiBenedetto racing for the memory of Air Force Major Lucas Grunther from Twain Harte, California, an F-16 flight leader. Had to eject over the Adriatic Ocean from his F-16, did not survive. Survived by his wife and daughter. Major Grunther was 32. Elliott, DiBenedetto, 6th place. And here comes Eric Jones to the party.
Well, you can see here Joey Logano on this run. You know, he lost that clean air, but he also looks really loose. We're hearing reports that this is the loosest run that he's had. And that's the thing, Mike, about this race. You want that last run, that last 100 laps, where the car is the best that it's been, because this is where the race is won.
Martin Truex lapping Greg Galding. No stranger to victory lane here. 2016. Martin Truex dominated this race. His girlfriend Sherry looking on. 392 laps led. And then 116 laps led for his second victory. So Truex now a two-time winner of the Coca-Cola 600. Last year, Joey Logano finishing second to Martin. But tonight, he's got to beat Jimmy Johnson. You talk about somebody who knows the way to victory lane at Charlotte Motor Speedway and is hungry for a win.
He certainly is. And I mean, when you give Jimmy Johnson the equipment, the race car, and get that car out front, never count out this guy. He seems to just be able to pull a little bit more out of it when he gets hungry and gets into this position. So Martin Truex Jr. might have his hands full with Jimmy Johnson if this thing continues on like this.
You saw Sherry Pollux, Martin's girlfriend, in one of those victory shots, and there's their four-legged friend cheering him on.
That's great.
You noted the mask and the social distancing? Yeah. Right. Well, Johnson is eating into Truex's lead just a little bit each lap. Second and a half now, with plenty of time. 63 laps to go.
And again, just really impressive by this 19 team and Martin Truex Jr. They lost that track position. We're very unhappy that they weren't able to make the right call to keep that clean air, and yet they can come in, have a great pit stop, get back out, find their way right back to the front. That's a strong team.
62 laps to go. Truex's Toyota trying to hold off a crowd of Chevys and Fords.
At Fort Bragg. On behalf of all the paratroopers here and abroad, this Memorial Day we remember those who paid the ultimate sacrifice and pay gratitude and love to their families. Enjoy the race.
NASCAR is back, and tomorrow night, Memorial Day, Xfinity Series racing on FS1. Tuesday night, it's the trucks' turn. And on Wednesday, we're right back here with the NASCAR Cup Series on FS1. For 500 kilometers. 56 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. Hendrick Motorsports with 4 cars in the top 6. Penske with the Wood Brothers, 4 cars in the top 10. And Joe Gibbs Racing with 2 in the top 10, plus Kyle Busch in 11. Those 3 organizations dominating the competition here in stage 4.
And Mike, that money pit stop could be coming up shortly. It'll be a bit of a chess match. Remember, we went back racing at lap 307. If they split this stage somewhere around 45 or 50 to go, you're going to start seeing drivers hit pit road. Now, they could go to 35 to go on fuel, but I think like we saw in the last stage, once they start coming, they'll just keep following suit.
Well, you saw the crew members there in Martin Truex's, the leader's pit, getting warmed up and getting ready to go.
And I look at this gap between first and second place, Truex Jr. to Johnson. It's about 2.5 seconds. If you're aggressive getting to pit road, you hit all your marks on pit road and maximize the pit road speed and then have a really strong pit stop, that could make that difference up, especially if you maybe leapfrog the leader, Mark Truex Jr. So it is possible to be able to make that 2.5 seconds up just through this green flag sequence.
Jamie?
William Byron doing a nice job. The car has really come to him these last 2 stages, saying he needs a little bit more front turn and a little bit snug. But he also wants to know where his teammate Chase Elliott is behind him and what lines he's running.
Spinner off turn 4. Caution.
Suarez, 51 of Joey Gase.
Lost it to either trying to come on pit road too fast or just lost it coming through turn number 4. He was low on the racetrack and went for a long slide on the synthetic turf and the Roval course. So caution with 52 laps to go changes everything.
And the question was, he trying to get to pit road? You know, you can get aggressive and the back end can step out on you as you get on the brakes trying to get onto pit road. He was just at speed. The car just kind of got sucked around by the car that was on the outside of him, sent him into that spin.
No other contact, and Gase makes it to pit road.
Well, Mike, Jeff, we've run 40 laps, so I just can't see anybody rolling the dice because we're going to have just under 50 laps. I think this is all going to be about a nice, mistake-free, quick pit stop. No mistake on pit road, but I just don't. We're at that position where I just think you can't really pull any strategy here.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see. Truex Jr. with a slight advantage over Jimmy Johnson. Couple lap cars in between them. Jimmy's got to find a way to make up that gap. You'll see Truex will pull off to get to pit road, but those 2 lap cars, even though that they might give room to Jimmy, he can only pull up once he gets off the racetrack and onto the apron.
Kurt Busch will get the free pass. The 20th place car will get back on the lead lap.
Pits are going to be open this time by.
And as Larry said, this could well be the money stop right here. All right, pits are open.
Jimmy did a pretty nice job closing that gap up to at least 1 car length.
Regan.
Jimmy Johnson fighting a race car that's not turning as good as he wants, getting into turn 3 and a little bit loose off the corners, meaning it's turning too much. Crew Chief Cliff Daniels took a look at the data, told Jimmy, I want to fix the entry first. Jamie.
Martin Truex Jr. making his way into his pit box to a stop, a 4-tire stop here. Took off a little bit loose, got a little tight, but he's been good. The 88's in as well.
A little slow in that left rear for the 19. He's going to lose a couple spots here. Jimmy Johnson and Keselowski off first.
Truex going to come out 3rd. Chase Elliott picks up 2. Kyle Busch picks up 5 spots with a 4-tire change. Good work by the 18 crew. There's the timing line.
With Jimmy Johnson, that 48 team, they were looking at trying to make up 2.5 seconds on the green flag sequence. Luckily for them, under this caution, All they had to do is just beat the number 19 car off the end of pit road, and they did that.
Joey Logano, too fast exiting.
That does not fall into the category of mistake-free.
Nope. Going to drop him from the end of the top 10 to 20th on the restart. Well, I think the big winner there was Kyle Busch.
And no real surprise, that pit crew is so solid. We see them hit a lot of great stops throughout the season, especially when a lot's on the line there. But I really think the big winner was Jimmie Johnson, because it's going to be pretty hard to beat Martin Truex Jr. there without getting ahead of him.
Unless you're Brad Keselowski. So lane choice could be kind of critical here for Jimmie Johnson. Does he want to be in front of his teammate Chase Elliott, or does he want to be in front of Martin Truex?
That's a really good point. We've seen where the inside lane has usually prevailed, but if that driver on the outside can hold to your quarter panel and side draft you through 1 and 2, then the advantage goes to them down the back straightaway. One thing's for sure, their intensity is about to ramp up. They're going to be wild on this restart.
Yes, it is. Regan.
Well, Jeff, it's funny to hear you talk about that lane choice, because that was the exact conversation that Jimmie Johnson and crew chief Cliff Daniels just had. Jimmie said, what do you think about lane choice here? Cliff very quickly came back and said the top. There was no hesitation in his voice. He then explained it to him, but it was the top all the way.
Okay.
Mike and Jeff, I talked about that being the money pit stop. You talked about Kyle Busch. 12.11 for 4 tires right there. They've had 3 stops in the 12-second bracket tonight.
And that is money. Let's remind you who the winners have been in the 6 races so far this season. Denny Hamlin picked up his 3rd Daytona 500 win. Joey Logano in Las Vegas. Alex Bowman won California. Logano picked up win number 2 at Phoenix. Kevin Harvick won in Darlington. And then Denny Hamlin, when the rains came on Wednesday night, put on his happy face, victorious in the 2nd Darlington race. So there are the race winners. You have to go back to what, 8th place to find one of those in this restart order?
Looks like there's a pretty good chance here, Mike. We might have a new winner.
48 laps to go. 72 miles. As they line up for the restart, here's our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, recognizing those who are starting to help us all move forward again. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR.
See Jimmie Johnson choosing the outside lane. It's going to have his teammate Chase Elliott pushing him. Brad Keselowski will have Truex Jr. pushing him on the inside lane.
And we'll listen to Earl Barbin, Jimmie Johnson's spotter on the restart.
It's all you, big man. Still inside, getting the push. Still inside, getting the push. Still inside, getting the push. Still inside, clear, getting the push. He's clear. Outside only, no hole. No hole. Outside. Outside.
Just not the restart Jimmie Johnson wanted to get. Just couldn't quite get that push to materialize from behind from Chase Elliott, but the 2 of Brad Keselowski definitely took advantage of that push from Martin Truex Jr. to get the lead. I don't know if seeing a tire rub, I believe, on the 24, William Byron a little further back.
Now Bowman battling Truex. This is for the 4th place.
Truex swings wide, trying to get away from that side draft. That's going to work. Maybe not quite. But here comes his teammate, maybe to help out. Ooh, Truex. There's a little moment there, moves up the racetrack. Bowman goes by. Oh, Chase Elliott going after Brad Keselowski.
Boy, Bowman up, down, up again. Chase Elliott looking on the high side for a road that would get him to the lead, but Keselowski had a perfect restart, came to the line for the green, right even with Jimmy Johnson.
3 wide further back. This is for 16th.
Kurt Busch back on the lead lap in the 1. Eric Jones trying to thread the needle.
Oh, and he's not going to get clear. Kevin Harvick, they're going to stay 3 wide.
And Harvick prevails. That's for 14th place.
Yeah, and Kurt Busch coming along with him. Here's teammates side by side. The 88 at Bowman, 24 William Byron.
And that's settled in favor of Bowman for now. 5th place. Brad Keselowski started this race from the rear after making unapproved adjustments after qualifying. And now he's driven to the front with 42 laps to go.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive performance by Brad Keselowski. Hasn't shown us that he's necessarily had a ton of speed tonight. Look at him, this evasive action, trying to keep that draft from Chase Elliott to be able to close in. He's driving it like he's at Talladega or Daytona down the back straightaway.
Keselowski has a NASCAR Cup championship. One thing he does not have is a deal for next year. This is a contract year for Keselowski. Rumors swirling about his future. He's been very successful for Team Penske, trying to vault to the top of their all-time win list. But is a change in store?
What is it DW always says? Quite the contrarian.
Yes.
Brad Keselowski is, and that's exactly what that line looks like down the back straightaway.
Trying to break the draft there.
Yeah, Chase Elliott might go down, get a tow.
.40 laps, 60 miles left to race in Charlotte for the NASCAR Cup Series. We'll step away, but you'll see it all as we go Fox side by side.
rubber issue.
You saw Chase Elliott drive to the lead over Brad Keselowski. The Hendrick Camaro driver, back at lap 200, had to make 2 pit stops to solve a spring rubber problem in the right rear, started tail end, and has now driven his way to the lead. After a heartbreaker Wednesday night, when he was second on the final green flag lap at Darlington and in position with fresher tires to maybe take the lead from race leader Denny Hamlin, and got turned in the straightaway by Kyle Busch, who was looking at an onrushing Kevin Harvick and trying to fill the gap. So 38th for Elliott at Darlington, next to last. And here he is in Charlotte with a chance to finish first.
Well, I always say in the 600, it's that total team effort. And you got to give this team and Chase Elliott a lot of credit in how they've climbed their way back, coming from what happened on Wednesday, regrouping, coming here, qualifying up front, but having some issues to go to the back like you mentioned. They stayed out that one time. That didn't work out for them. They went way backwards, and now they've been able to fight their way back to the front through some great driving, some great adjustments on that number 9 car, as well as some nice pit stops.
He won on the Roval here, the combined road course and oval. That's trademarked by Charlotte Motor Speedway, by the way, Roval. After Truex and Jimmy Johnson wrecked coming for the flag. Excuse me, not right.
That was the year before.
Year before he won here.
Remember, Chase Elliott overshot turn 1, locked up the tires, went into the safer barrier, bounced off of it, and came back from that.
But he told us during the rain delay tonight what a thrill it would be to be the first Elliott to win the Coca-Cola 600. His Hall of Famer dad Bill came close, never victorious.
Well, still 30 laps to go. And when you've gone 600 miles, it doesn't seem like much, but when you're inside that race car and you're feeling every vibration and sound, it seems like forever.
Well, let's ring up Larry Mack with 30 laps to go. What are the trends for the rest of this race?
Well, Mike, I went and looked at the last 10 Coca-Cola 600s, and we are past when the average of the last caution comes out. Normally it happens about 40 to 44 laps to go. But I will say this, in those 10 races, 4 times we had one in the last 20 laps, and we've had one overtime finish. So we may not be done yet.
Well, usually, Larry, when you key up your mic, that's about the time your trend comes true. So we made it through at least your report. So we'll see what happens next.
Yeah, I've always thought my report was hooked to the flag stand.
Some nights it is.
See Truex Jr. move into 4th place.
Martin Truex gaining slightly on leader Chase Elliott. You see that interval number at 4th place had been steadily coming down.
How about our top 10? Mike, you look at our leader in Chase Elliott. You go back a little bit further. You got Bowman, Byron, Blaney, Austin Dillon, and Reddick. Those are some young guns right there.
That's for sure. Tyler Reddick in the top 10 after 2 Xfinity Series championships. Only 6.8 seconds off the lead. Having a strong night, right in the tire tracks of his Richard Childress teammate Austin Dillon. Now taking a lower line. Boy, he's had an impressive week.
He really has. He's impressed me this season. He's impressed me before this season.
7th last Sunday at Darlington.
But I was looking forward to seeing what he could do in one of these Richard Childress Chevrolets, and with these Cup drivers, I mean, a lot more competition, but he has delivered so far.
25 laps to go. What's that bring to mind?
Well, if you're Chase Elliott, right, you're looking in your mirror every time you come off the corner. You're looking in your mirror. Did Brad Keselowski change his line? Did he do something to gain on me? Then you're looking up, where's the next lap car that I've got to get to clear? How can I do it the most efficient way possible? You're making sure that no caution comes out, right? You just hope that everybody minds their business and that you can just roll through these last 24 laps nice and smooth.
Since the restart, Chase Elliott has gone from 3rd to 1st. And there is the trophy that awaits the winner of the Coca-Cola 600. Welcome back to the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. Nice lap of the scoring pylon from our Geico drone, which shows 17 laps to go. And Chase Elliott in front of Brad Keselowski by 1.2 seconds. Elliott racing to remember Navy SEAL Stephen Matthew Mills of Arlington, Texas. One of 30 U.S. troops killed when their Chinook helicopter was shot down in Afghanistan. Mills left behind a wife and 3 children. He was 35. His dad finished second here twice. Neil Bonnet beat Bill Elliott here in 1982. Rusty Wallace in 1990 went to victory lane, with Awesome Bill being the runner-up.
Anytime I think of Charlotte Motor Speedway, I just think of the pass in the grass. It wasn't the pass in the grass.
Right.
But
with Dale Earnhardt in the All-Star race.
Yes.
Bill also didn't win here in 1985, which was significant because that was one of the races in the Winston Million. which Bill did clinch that year at Darlington.
Yeah, he actually had 2 shots at it and had to go to Darlington to get it done, right?
Right. Brian Blaney to the inside of William Byron for 6th place. A 3rd generation star steering wheel holder.
Blaney showed that car has some speed tonight. We've seen him be able to move his way to the front. Don't know if it's just on the restarts. Maybe his car's a little bit loose, or maybe he's out of position on the preferred line. But as the run goes on, you see him moving forward.
Team Penske now 2nd, 6th, 11th, and 17th.
Well, Chase Elliott just looks like he is on rails. Haven't seen that car bobble one time here on this run.
Winning would certainly be the best medicine after that crushing defeat Wednesday night in Darlington, getting turned into the wall in a race that he had a strong chance to win.
The best response to any incident, right, to your competitors, is to go out there and win.
1.6 the gap, and is just slightly increasing. Trending upward, 1.75 now. And Jimmy Johnson 2.8 back. Martin Truex, Alex Bowman, the top 5. "11 laps to go, and because of the hour-plus rain delay, we will be racing into Memorial Day in just a couple of minutes. But glad to have you with us on Fox for this 600 miles of remembrance that saw Kurt Busch lead the first 54 laps, Alex Bowman lead 164 laps, Martin Truex, 2-time winner here, out front for 87 circuits. And now Chase Elliott, 28 laps in front. We're told Ryan Newman has another battery issue and looks like he will not make it to the finish in his Ford.
Well, this race has been filled with you know, quite a few different scenarios that played out. A lot of them strategy, tires, and staying out. And then here at the end, that final restart was just really intense by Chase Elliott making some bold moves to try to push Jimmy Johnson to the lead. That didn't work out. And then he was finally able to get into second and go after our leader, Brad Keselowski, to take the lead.
Chase's crew chief is Alan Gustafson, and his spotter, former modified racer Eddie DeHunt.
Yeah, Eddie DeHunt was my spotter when I drove the 24 car, and Alan is my crew chief, Alan Gustafson. Excellent. I just love the way Eddie's always nice and calm. So one of the best spotters out there. Chase Elliott's obviously in great hands there, and 8 laps away.
Well, when your spotter's got nothing to say, that's a good thing, right?
That is a good thing. Right now, I can tell you one person that has nothing to say, and that's Chase Elliott. He is focused straight ahead, just knocking down those corners, being as smooth as he possibly can.
Guy's really slow.
A little bit of a wiggle right there as he had to get out of that traction compound to go underneath that slower car.
I think the way
5 to go at the line.
The way Chase Elliott handled Wednesday night's incident, maybe not immediately after climbing out of the car, but in the days that followed, was exemplary. He and Kyle Busch talked, they sorted it out, and then Elliott said he made a mistake, and I hate that it was such a costly mistake for us from a driver that rarely makes a mistake. And then he was ready to move on.
Well, and you know, it's a quick reminder just how long Chase Elliott has been around the racetrack and been around racing through his family, through his father, and has been racing himself since a very young age. He's been through situations with different competitors through all those years and had to deal with them, just not on this stage until, you know, he's come to the Cup Series, and he's actually had to deal with it a couple times. But you're right, Mike. He handled it impressively.
And on the way up in his late model racing, he drove for his dad. And Bill often said, boy, sometimes you want to tell him so much. There's so much that you want to teach a young driver, especially your son. But he said, there's just so many things he needs to learn for himself.
And, you know, I just want to give a call to Alan Gustafson, the crew chief, and this entire 9 team. Remember they're back on that pit stop at lap 204 when they had to make the second pit stop because of the right rear spring rubber issue. And then he made a call later on in the race at lap 277 to stay out. They almost fell outside the top 20, but they knew they had a good race car. They kept their head about them, and here they are.
And caution is out for William Byron.
Oh, wow.
Chase Elliott's teammate causes the caution flag with 2 to go.
That left rear tire is down, Mike. You know, he had a bit of a tire rub. We saw on the previous restart, and we saw it again on that last restart. I believe that finally cut down that left rear tire. Oh, boy. It's not over yet.
Oh, fate plays some strange tricks. And now you see that tire is all corded, and has happened to one car Wednesday night. If that wraps around the axle and does further damage, night's over. Even though there's only 2 green flag laps left to race, because we're going to overtime.
And you can see there that left rear tire already down, actually shredding, and the fender damage.
From Austin Dillon's view.
Looks like he was already slowed down. He knew he had an issue trying to get off track, and the car goes around.
On the pit box of the number 9.
Ooh.
Alan Gustafson can't believe it.
Tom Gray, engineer on the right.
So Larry Mack, you have 19 lead lap cars and overtime coming up. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, if you're up there near the front, Mike, you can't come. But I will say this. They're in the same box that Ryan Blaney and Todd Gordon was at the last time we were at a 1.5 mile track at Las Vegas, when that caution came out there right near the end. But to your point, it's going to be an overtime. It's going to be 2 laps, but absolutely not. If you're up there, I think, inside the top 5, even though we run 45 laps, you cannot come to pit road. But we know at some point back through the field, they're going to hit pit road.
19 lead lap cars. Not sure if Byron was in the free pass position at the time of caution or Michael McDowell. We'll check with scoring.
Oh, looks like he's coming to pit road. Wow, Chase Elliott comes and others stay out.
Didn't see that coming.
Same thing that happened to Ryan Blaney and Todd Gordon at Las Vegas, like I just mentioned. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
About a dozen of them came in.
See the 9.
2 or 4.
Looks like they're going with 4.
Wow.
So is the 19. I guess it's if you come down pit road, you might as well put 4 tires on. Of course, that's not what Kyle Busch is going to do.
And that should put Brad Keselowski back in the lead. From Jimmy Johnson, Alex Bowman, Ryan Blaney, and Austin Dillon. So here's the entrance to pit road. Pit road open this time.
Well, you pretty much knew that the couple behind Chase Elliott are probably going to just do whatever he didn't do.
And that would be Keselowski and Johnson and Bowman.
Yeah, Mike, by my calculations, the top 8 stayed out. I just don't see no way in the world at Charlotte Motor Speedway with a 2-lap shootout you can win this race starting outside the first 4 rows.
Yeah, not unless you get a couple of these green-white checkers to line up for you.
And we could. NASCAR's rule is unlimited attempts at green-white checker until the leader takes the white flag on the racetrack. Then the next flag ends the race.
All right, so now you move, right? Keselowski, the front row. We already saw what he did on that last restart to get the lead from Jimmy Johnson. Johnson now won't be the decider or the control car, but he will be alongside Brad Keselowski. So now you go to row 2. Bowman, if Keselowski chooses the inside, he'll have Bowman pushing him. If he chooses the outside, he'll have his teammate Ryan Blaney pushing.
So, folks, wait till you tell your friends who went to bed early about the finish they missed in the Coca-Cola 600. Let's take a look at the day. Denny Hamlin losing ballast on the pace lap. Eric Almirola hit a piece of that heavy tungsten, but was able to get that damage repaired. Caution flag at lap 48 for rain after Kurt Busch had led every lap to that point. Broken lower control arm in the front suspension put Clint Boyer hard into the wall. He walked away. Alex Bowman, the winner of stage 1 and stage 2, which ran without a caution flag. And at the halfway mark, NASCAR pulled all the cars to pit road, shut them off, and we silently remembered America's fallen warriors. Back under green, just one caution in stage 3 for Matt Kenseth's crash, and Joey Logano wins stage 3. Chase Elliott gets past Brad Keselowski for the lead and was probably counting the money when William Byron, his teammate, cut down a left rear tire and spun around. Then, on the caution, Elliott, Truex, Kyle Busch, and others come to pit road, putting Keselowski back in the lead with Jimmy Johnson for this restart, our first try at overtime. This is going to be the longest race in the history of the NASCAR Cup Series in terms of mileage.
And it's not over yet, just like it wasn't over yet for Chase Elliott when that caution came out. I don't know if this is over yet on this final restart. It's going to get pretty wild and crazy here, especially these guys on older tires. You're going to have some issues with the grip, spinning the tires, and then have those with fresher tires right behind them. Oh, more issues for William Byron.
Yeah, maybe more damage there from that corded tire wrapping its way around the rear end, and what else is back under there. Here comes the pace car to pit road. Green, white, checker, Keselowski, Johnson, Bowman, Blaney, and the rest. Here we go.
Big push coming, still there, bumper. Still outside, big push.
Overtime, sponsored by Credit One Bank.
Still there. Still there, bumper. You are clear. You are clear, side by 1.
Oh, moment for Austin Dillon.
By 2.
No.
Clear off the top by 2.
No issue, though. Nice and clean.
Draft in 2, climbing with you, 1 3/4. Big R.
Tyler Reddick in 4th, challenging Ryan Blaney.
Oh, I saw Bowman, I think, almost get into Kyle Busch, but keeps it going.
And 2 champions to settle it out here.
Leader sees the white flag.
Next flag ends the race. Keselowski, Johnson. Backstretch, final time.
Got a pretty good run on Keselowski here. I don't know if he's close enough. Brad Keselowski.
Off turn 4 into the checkered flag. Michigan's Brad Keselowski wins NASCAR's longest ever race.
Hell of a job. Hell of a job. So proud of this team. I don't even have words.
Jeremy Bullins, the crew chief.
Stops, guys. Put us in position.
And Elliott got back up to third place and is disappointed again. So close. After restarting in the rear, back at row 10, Chase Elliott drove up for third place at the checkered flag. As is his tradition, Brad Keselowski grabs an American flag to match the one painted on his car to celebrate his 31st career victory. First win of the season for Keselowski. He becomes the 5th driver to win in 2020 and gets his 2nd win at Charlotte in his 20th start, his first in the Coca-Cola 600. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. From race day to even better days ahead, Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. It's the 123rd win for Team Penske, spread among 9 drivers, and their 3rd win this season and 4th at Charlotte. For Ford, 31st time they've gone to victory lane at Charlotte, and the 4th time this year. Staff Sergeant Donovan Reap, who grew up in the grandstand at Charlotte Motor Speedway, being honored on the windshield of Brad Keselowski's car.
Climbs out of the car after a long race. Great battle, great decisions.
And there's Chase Elliott, 3rd place. A word from Kyle Busch. They both raced their way toward the front from the back. Kyle finishing 5th. Here's Jamie with the winner.
And Brad Keselowski, finally, he gets this crown jewel. He wins the Coke 600. Brad, we all know what a supporter you are of the military. What does it mean to you to win this race today on Memorial Day weekend?
It means a lot to me, but can't help but think about the Reap family and Donovan, and you know, I hope they're watching. I know the race ran really late, but you know, Memorial Day is a lot more about more than racing. But we're glad to be able to get to do cool things like racing because of the freedoms provided by those that are, you know, willing to make those sacrifices, Jamie. And man, I feel like I've thrown this race away a handful of times, and I thought we were gonna lose it today, and I know we've lost it the way Chase lost it, and that really stinks. And today we finally won it that way. And I'm so happy for my team. I wish my wife was here. I wish my daughters were here, but it's a major, you know, it's the Coke 600, and this only leaves one major left for me, the Daytona 500. So we're checking them off, and I'm really happy for Miller Lite. You know, I don't know what's going to happen with them, if they're going to come back on the car or what, but it's been a great 10-year ride with them, and this is, you know, their only race of 2020, and we're in victory lane. I know they're really happy because Miller Lite goes with Memorial Day, but I'm happy for Ford and everybody that just works their butt off at Team Penske. We might not have been the fastest car today, but wow, did we just grind this one out, Jamie. And the pit crew at the end, you know, the stop or the yellow right before the last, just had a blazing stop to get us up front and put us in position, and all these things just came together, and I'm tickled to death, and it's a little overwhelming, to be honest.
Congratulations. Brad Keselowski wins his first Coca-Cola 600, Mike.
What a performance. A lot of red, white, and blue there. And here's his wife, Paige, tweeting she's crying like a baby for the Reap family. Brad Keselowski beats Jimmy Johnson by 0.3 of a second to win the Coca-Cola 600. More to come after this. Brad Keselowski will cash the winner's check in Charlotte, a check that Chase Elliott was within 2 laps of having in his grasp. Regan.
Chase Elliott battles his way back to 3rd place, but Chase, the late race caution comes out. What was the discussion like as you approached pit road at the end there?
Just trying to, make the best decision you can, and those guys are going to do whatever the opposite of whatever we do. So that's just part of it, and yeah, you make decisions and live with them, and it wasn't the pit call. I think being on offense is fine, and those, like I said, those guys are going to do whatever the opposite of what you do is. So part of it.
All right, thanks, Chase.
Chase Elliott finishes 3rd behind teammate Jimmy Johnson. But Jeff, if there had been one more restart, could have been all different.
Well, yeah, he worked his way all the way up to 3rd. So one more restart in a green-white checker, that could have been different.
And who would have been the first cars on new tires? Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch. Here's Jamie.
And Jimmy Johnson, what a night for him. Led 6 laps. Jimmy, you bring it home 2nd. First off, what was going through your mind when you saw your teammate duck down and go to pit road?
Yeah, when that pit stop happened at the end, I mean, it's so hard to know what the right thing to do is, and we were talking about 2 maybe ourselves, but Cliff had a great sense of the right call to make. I feel for Chase. He last week, I guess maybe Wednesday it was, had such a great car, and then to be leading here and have the caution come out with a couple to go, I feel bad for him, but very proud of my team, very proud of everybody on this Ally Chevrolet. 2nd's okay. Very proud of the effort we're putting in, but man, 2nd stinks. It's tough being this close to victory lane, but we're knocking on the door and we'll get there.
Thanks, Jimmy. Great performance
Thank
tonight.
You.
Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. 9 caution flags tonight. Over 600 miles. Brad Keselowski celebrates. Jimmy Johnson 2nd. Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch, the top 5. We'll be right back. Brad Keselowski, the 36-year-old from Michigan, celebrates his 31st career win in a shootout of 2 laps to close out the Coca-Cola 600, leaving Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson to wonder what might have been when victory slipped from their grasp with 2 laps to go They came down pit road and got tires for the final shootout. Here's Regan.
Kyle Busch battles back to a 5th place finish. Kyle, it appeared that you just didn't quite have what you needed there in the middle or at the end of the race. Middle stage is pretty good though for you.
It was. Middle stages we were really fast. I felt like we had a great M&M's Camry, ran up front, got back to the front from having to go back to the back a little bit, but we put tires on it and it never was the same after that. From about lap 280, 290, somewhere in there when we put tires on, just wasn't the same as what it was before. So we're lucky to steal a 5th place finish out of it today, and you know, we'll have to go back to work and try to figure out some things and make our stuff a little bit better for when we come back on Wednesday and get back after it. But certainly want to give a huge shout out and a huge thanks to all the men and women that have served for our country on Memorial Day weekend. We appreciate you. Everybody be safe tomorrow. Have fun.
All right, go get some rest. You got another race coming up tomorrow.
That's right. Kyle Busch with 2 top 5s in 5 days in the NASCAR Cup Series, and a busy couple of days ahead as the Xfinity Series will come to Charlotte tomorrow night. Next on Fox, your late local news, except on the West Coast. And our Fox NASCAR crew is going to be busy right here in the Queen City for the next several days. Tomorrow night on FS1, the Xfinity Series from Charlotte. Trucks on Tuesday, and the Cup Series is back here on Wednesday night, all on FS1. Also Race Hub weeknights and before every race this week, as NASCAR is back. We want to thank you for joining us for our 600 miles of remembrance. Uneventful Coca-Cola 600 with a wild shootout finish that sent Brad Keselowski to victory lane.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.